The kill chain was pretty typical. One of Retool's employees was social engineered through texting and phone calls, and this is an oversimplification. The threat actors then did privilege escalation, and then they ended up compromising 27 of Retool's clients, one of whom lost $15 million. The thing that was really interesting in their blog post about this was they said that the caller deepfaked our employee's actual voice. So the employee who fell for the social engineering received a bunch of text messages and then hopped on a call and said that they were kind of suspicious, but then they thought that it was a legitimate person because it sounded like somebody from the IT team that they knew. To my knowledge, this is the first, at least publicly disclosed breach involving generative AI. And then recently, just a few weeks ago, scammers stole $25 million from a financial institution in Hong Kong. The employee received a phishing email, and then they joined a conference, a Zoom call, and Zoom Teams, I don't know what, I'll just say Zoom, like Googling it. And there were people who were deep faking the CFO and other employees. Turns out, I read some recent reports a couple days ago after I made the slide deck. They didn't really interact with the employee. They just told the employee what to do. But as I was talking with people about this kind of last summer and fall, we had the concern that with advancements in generative AI, it was going to get to the point where you could deep fake somebody on a live call, and that's already been done. So, yeah, so they ended up transferring $25 million. Details are still kind of sparse, but yeah. But all of this leads to the question, which is, how do we validate someone's identity in a world of deep fakes? Because in the past, you could just call somebody on the phone or hop on a Zoom call with them and be like, cool, this sounds like them, it's them. Same thing with a video call, right? So how do we do that when we can't rely on those methods? So today in this talk, here's the agenda, we're going to talk about the scope. Generative AI has broad implications across society within cybersecurity, positive and negative, but we're going to focus specifically on some very specific areas within cybersecurity. We're then going to do a threat modeling exercise to help us better understand the risks and threats and then how we mitigate those. And then the solutions I'm going to present today are intended to be actionable, like you can take this back to your organization and start using these. This is also a new topic, I'll talk about it at the end, but this is by no means, I don't intend this to be a be-all solution or a panacea for everything, so I think it's important that as a community, we continue to discuss these things, come up with ideas, and yeah, but yeah, we'll talk about the solutions. So, starting off on a very big picture, generative AI impacts a lot of different parts of society, which I think most or all of us in the room are aware of. So there's the disinformation that we typically think of. There's education, right? How do you validate that a student wrote their essay and that they're actually like learning? And other topics. There's sexual abuse and harassment. And this isn't the focus of my talk, but I do want to take a second about it. So, since this is a really serious problem. So a few weeks ago, Taylor Swift had some deep fake nudes made of her that were, some really bad things. This is by no means a new problem, but with generative AI, it makes it extremely easy to make realistic videos, non-consensual videos. So, and this problem largely stems from boys and men who are creating these videos. And the impacts can be horrific, right? It can be, can enhance the ability to do revenge porn. You can harass somebody in your junior high because you have their yearbook photo. So primarily speaking to those who are also male or male presenting, since our gender seems to be the one that does most of this, we need to make sure that we are treating everybody, but especially women or those who are women presenting, with respect and kindness, and that we make sure everything's consensual when it's sexual. And then whenever we have an opportunity to, we can mentor other men and especially boys and help them learn and navigate this, right? Like, there are definitely influencers out there who support this type of stuff. So this is a large issue. I just wanted to take a second to talk about that. And then, obviously that's why we're here. The other impact is within cybersecurity and scams. So within cyber, there's broad impacts. There's compliance reasons, right? Like, what are the legal things we can and can't do? There's, we can use Gen AI to help us write code. And then there's offensive and defensive. There's a number of things here. Prompt injection is really cool. I'm not sponsored by them or related to them. There's a group out there called Lakera AI, and they have this game called Gandalf, and you can basically experiment with prompt injection. Highly recommend it. Super fun. And then, of course, the other thing is social engineering. So with social engineering, within social engineering, threat actors can now use this to augment their capabilities, like the stories we talked about. So there's account takeover, they can transfer funds, they can more easily get you to send them a $500 gift card. That's always a favorite. And like I said previously, we could rely on just simple methods, but now those don't work. So to figure out the solutions, we need to first do, I figure the best way to figure this out is to do a basic threat model. So hope that's large enough to see. So at the top, we've got impersonating existing. We're going to look at this within the context of impersonating an existing employee. One of the other aspects we're not going to cover today, but is also important, is validating employees when they're hired. Now, there are background checks, there are other checks, but we know that North Korea has been hopping on Zoom calls and getting hired as developers at a bunch of companies. And generative AI is going to augment their ability to do that, because right now they usually just leave the camera off and say, oh, my camera's not working. But yeah, we're not going to talk about that in the scope. We're going to focus on our existing employees. So one of the ways they can do this is through a video call. They can get voice recordings of your CEO, your IT personnel, other staff. You can grab pictures from anywhere. More data is always better. And then some of the ways they can do it, you can't see it super well, but you can get voice recordings from people's voicemails, like, hi, my name's Andrew, thanks for, I couldn't answer the phone right now, leave me a message. YouTube, TV interviews, you can hop on a sales pitch with a vendor who's gonna give you like a free duffel bag or something. You could be giving a presentation at CactusCon, right? And then you can get pictures from a variety of sources, including blogs and the news. They can augment emails and text messages by creating better lookalike websites, right? You can make the language that you're using sound a lot more natural. Both like in a phishing email, but if you have a texting conversation with somebody, there's a really good South Park clip about this. Shoot, I'm forgetting, I think it's Kenny, is like texting his girlfriend, and he's just like using ChatGPT to write all those responses. So it's a good clip. And then also like their writing style, right? Like each person has a unique writing style and writing traits, and you could use that to impersonate them, right? So if they write a blog post, you could gather that data, analyze it, and then go from there. So people have been doing lookalike websites for a long time, but this is now a lot easier to do with different tooling. One of them is by ABI, it's called Screenshot to Code. Really cool tool. Basically, you just take a screenshot of any website, and it will automatically generate all the HTML and CSS for you. And so it's a pretty cool tool, but can also be abused. And then we also talked about like natural sounding language, pulls and stuff from the other side that we already talked about. And then for them to bypass access controls, this is talking about kind of like existing processes we already have within our organizations. So it could be like conditional access. It could be hopping. If your organization already like calls to confirm that somebody is doing a password reset, they could do that. One of them is you can create fake IDs. Joseph Cox has a whole article on this, but he was able to use a kind of, I think it's a newish service that'll create fake IDs for you, and he was able to use this to successfully authenticate with multiple identification sites. So I don't know which ones he tested, but for example, a popular one is ID.me. Again, I don't know if they were involved in his research, but they have you, like, they scan your face, they have you show them your ID card, and then they validate if you are who you say you are. So that can now be tricked. There's also keystroke dynamics, right? Like, that's a lot more advanced. And then they can, all of these things that they can do can also be augmented by traditional things. So using an IP, like coming from an IP that's near where the employee lives, right? So if they live in Kansas, the threat actor could also use an IP from Kansas. There's MFA fatigue, and bad culture is probably always the biggest one, in my opinion. Great. So looking at this, we can't prevent people from posting up on YouTube, from writing a blog, and I would also argue as organizations generally should not do that. There are some exceptions, right? Like you don't want to go write a blog post about your classified research that you did, but generally we can't prevent people from doing this. But what we can do is we can detect things upstream, right? So we can't implement technical controls to say like, hey, we're gonna block, these websites because that's not really going to be effective in this context. But we can do some things to detect fake video calls, fake phone calls, and other impersonation techniques. So what we're going to do is use a validation in depth approach. This is the same as defense in depth, but instead of just relying on one, we're going to use multiple. And we're going to look at it from two perspectives. We're going to look at it from the employee side, right? What guidance can we give our employees, and and then our internal processes. And this is going to be the primary focus, right? So what can we do as organizations to validate someone's identity when they hopped on a Zoom call, they think it's the CEO telling them to go buy a $500 Amazon gift card. How do we validate that that's not them, right? And hopefully your CEO is not asking people to go buy gift cards. All right, on the employee side, the best thing is just to not read your emails or respond ever. I love that meme so much. In my opinion, I think the best thing to do is to augment programs we already have in place. People already struggle with social engineering, which we are well aware of. So adding more things for them to do is not going to be helpful. But what we can do is tweak the existing advice that we do have. And then we can also update our trainings on how we detect and how employees can report Gen AI, right? Like there's often a report phishing button in inboxes. We can set up similar processes like that. So on the internal side, and by the way, this image was made with Google Gemini, formerly Bard. So there are some good use cases with AI. And this is going to be what the rest of the talk is about. So organizations need to take primary responsibility for validating people's identity. The reason for this is they're just, the methods we're going to talk about are not accessible to individual employees, nor in my opinion should they be, because it requires some privileged access like to logs. Obviously, implement validation in depth methods that we'll talk about and adjust policies as needed. Like again, like no breach happens, well, very few breaches happen because of a single point of failure. In the case of the Hong Kong breach, what they could have done, and I'm speaking generally here because there wasn't a lot of information, but that organization could have required 2 people to approve money transfers, and that could have prevented that them from losing $25 million. So again, within the context, there's a lot of other things. We're just narrowing this down a bit. And then, as we know, a strong culture is extremely vital. If you have a culture where your employees are afraid of being able to question or challenge things, you are almost inevitably going to have somebody fall for a phishing email. On the flip side, if you have a culture where people are open and it's okay to question things and to validate, and you are okay with people taking their time rather than rushing and breaking things, you have a better chance of things turning out okay. At worst, somebody falls for a phishing email, but you're in a better place to handle remediation. There was an organization, speaking of bad culture, who had their CEO was berated their employees a lot and had no patience, and their head of HR fell for a phishing email that claimed to be the CEO, and because the head of HR was afraid of questioning the CEO, they sent over a bunch of W-2s to the threat actor. So yeah. Yeah, definitely have a good culture in place. That is something that could have prevented that. All right, so a few things as we talk about these actionable methods. I'm going to discuss them individually. I'm going to talk about both their pros and cons, and then we'll put them together within a maturity graph. I'm going to have a little visual for that, and then we'll walk through some examples of how this would work. So, and then the other thing is, to be most effective, these methods, first off, they need to be adaptable, right? We need to adapt them to our risks and organizational budgets. Some of the things in here that I'm going to talk about, some organizations can't often afford to do, especially small and medium businesses. We also need to adjust it based on your organization's size and the industry it's in. So if you're dealing with classified material, some of these methods might be a baseline and you might have others. It just depends. And then we also need to account for a remote, in-person, and hybrid workforce. But as a caveat with that, even when people have fully returned to the office, people still work from home. There are weekends where people aren't in the office, hopefully, unless you're in accounting during tax season, bless your souls. Right, so we need to find ways to validate them remotely. We also need to make these repeatable, right, so they're easy to follow, and where possible, technical solutions like logs and other things are going to be better than manual verification, like doing something manually that takes time. That's not always feasible, but the ideal is to do things that are technical, and then we need to keep it simple as possible, because once it becomes complex, you just can't action it, right? And some of the, I'm sure there are some much more complex methods, and they probably are appropriate for high risk areas, but the stuff that I'm going to be talking about is very broad, and it's intended to cover all of our bases and be as a baseline. And then we need to keep a few things in mind. This is the last slide before we jump into the validation methods. So the first is, none of these are individually going to be 100% secure, and even together they're not going to be 100% secure. But adding multiple layers is going to make it increasingly difficult for threat actors to succeed. And once it gets to a point where it's not profitable for them, it'll deter them. And then the second is, as organizations increase their maturity, generally they should add on to previous methods. There are some that you might take away, but generally the things I'm going to propose you would want to use yeah, you just want to add on to them. All right, so there are 11 methods that I'll be talking about. So the first one, this is the easiest. If you're in person, full-time, or hybrid, and you're in the office, it's extremely simple to walk down the hall and make sure somebody is who they say they are. It's highly reliable, but there are cons. There's, like we've talked about, there's a remote workforce. People work from home late at night, and yeah. But this is very effective. So if you have people in the office, this is going to be the most effective. The second one is to hop on a video call, right? So if somebody says, anyway, I'll talk about an example later, but we can get audio and visual confirmation, and almost everybody knows how to use Zoom or Google Meet or Teams or whatever you're using. The downside is like we've talked about, you can spoof both audio and visuals. And then your government IDs can also be spoofed. And I bring that up because one way you can augment this is by hopping onto a Zoom call and having somebody show their identity and matching it with what's in your HR system, right? So when you go through and you do your, I think it's the I-9 verification, you have to give them a copy of one of your IDs, and you could validate if that matches. Again, that can be spoofed, so it's not going to always be reliable. The other way is to message the people through your corporate Slack or Teams or whatever you're using. If you're in a situation where you've locked an employee's account, usually they stay signed into Slack, at least on their phone. Slack doesn't, on the back end, there's not a way with the SSO integration to actually revoke sessions. So yeah, they will stay signed in. And then it's easy to do, but at the same time, the threat actor might control the device that Slack is on, whether they've registered the threat actors registered their own device and put it in the employee's name, or they've compromised, the laptop or the phone of the employee. The next one is device fingerprint matching. So in this context, we're going to look at things like historical IP addresses and geo-IP. Right now, geo-IP, as a note, I'm sure you're aware, is finicky. Not all these solutions are accurate, but if you're using a tool that consistently mislocates people, at least it's consistent, and you can see if it's inconsistent, right? You can look at their OS and their browser, and for both of those, including their version numbers, the user agents, device IDs. Depending on the log streams you have, these can be extremely helpful. So the idea would be like if you hop on a Zoom call with somebody, you can pull the IP address from that Zoom call and see if it matches what you've seen historically in their logs, right? Or you can look and see like, hey, did this person SSO into Zoom? And if they did, does it match their history? Do we see any weird logins recently, type of thing? So the pros of this, if you have the logs, it can be relatively quick to check. The downside, kind of bottom right, is not all organizations have these logs or even train their staff on how to query those logs. And another benefit is it can augment your video call and other requests. The downsides, though, are you may have a really persistent threat actor who, I'm not talking about APT when I use persistent, I'm just talking about somebody who really wants to go after your organization. They could imitate or spoof the IP. They could use a proxy that's right next to your employee's city. And then your employee might be traveling. They might have just registered a new device, right? So it's not foolproof, but it can be useful. This one's interesting. Again, I wanted to apply this to organizations of all sizes and situations. And this will apply for I think the next one. Usually, if not always, employees are required to fill in an emergency contact when they get employed. So one thing you could do is you could call or contact that emergency person, right? So the pros of this are that person knows the person. Oftentimes they're a partner and they live together so they could validate. Or this emergency contact could also call your employee and validate for you. But there are a lot of cons to this one. This one's not my favorite, but it could work. That emergency contact might not be available. The threat actor could, do a SIM swap and take over the emergency contact's phone number, or they could have broken into your HR system and swapped out the number there. If they're already in your HR system, they're probably not doing this aspect though, but again, thinking about all the risks there. And the emergency contact may not actually have been written down, and it may not be up to date. So those are some of the cons. This one is where you could have an employee who lives, like you have a second employee, call him person B, lives next to your primary employee who is being impersonated by threat actors. You can have employee B go to this person's house. The pros of this are it's like physical, it's in person, right? And then this can also be really easy for small and medium businesses to do. Especially at startups, it's often a tight-knit culture. You often have friends. Not always, but often people live near each other or are friends, so they can go check in on them. There are a number of cons to this, though, which is it's not reliable, right? Like one of the things is we want something that's repeatable. We can't always rely on another person to do it. Your employee may live somewhere, like you might have an employee up in like Oregon, but most of your employee base is down in like Texas or New Mexico, and you can't. Like nobody can go drive up there to validate. Your other employee may not be available or even want to do this, take time out of their day to go drive, and it could just end up wasting time, right? Like if the employee B shows up to the other person's house and they're not home, like, it wouldn't help. Another method is you could ask the person to send an email from their personal email. Usually those are listed in HR systems, right? Pro of this is it's straightforward. There's a lot of cons, the biggest being the threat actor could already control that email address. So, when we show the visual, I'll talk about how that fits in. And for organizations that have very minimal security budgets and are not mature, like doing something is better than nothing. So that's why I added number 7. You could also use PGP signed emails, right? The pros are it can't be spoofed with an asterisk of if the threat actor knows that, knows the passphrase for that PGP key. So, for example, the LastPass breach that happened a year or two ago, it's still being used to break into crypto wallets. So you could have your password manager breached. Another con is it requires technical training and setup. So you have to like walk your employees through how to do this, and you might end up just walking through the threat. You might end up walking the threat actor through your internal process. But another pro is we can publicly verify PGP key ownership. So it can be a helpful method. This one is certification-based MFA. This one is for more mature organizations because you should also have your devices centrally managed before you're doing this. The reason I like it is it's a very strong proof as work accounts can only come from devices that are using this. That includes both like laptops as well as mobile phones. If you have a bring your own device policy, it's going to cover that. Covers virtual machines, whatever you're using. The cons, though, is not everybody is managing their devices, especially when it comes to bring your own devices on mobile. That's starting to change, but yeah, and that's also a finicky topic with some employee privacy concerns. We're not going to talk about it here, but generally that is a good thing to do. And then, of course, the threat actor might have compromised the device. So if you're unfamiliar with how certification-based MFA works, basically you put an X509 certificate on the machine, and then all of the requests to sign in or keep your session going, check that certificate. And if it's valid, the session continues or they log in. Otherwise, they're denied access. So it basically limits them to approved devices. The 10th one is to use hardware MFA keys, right? These are great, especially if you're using biometrics. They can't be spoofed, however, they can be lost and stolen. And then you could also use this to authenticate your PGP key. It could make that process simpler. The biggest con, though, is that these are generally expensive, and if you're already at an organization struggling to get any money for a security budget, your money is probably better spent elsewhere. Right, at that point, you probably have a relatively immature or emerging security program. And even if your company can afford it, it might only be feasible for a subset, like those with privileged access. People lose these keys, so what do you do if a couple of your marketing employees lose their keys every 6 months, right? That just increases costs. A lot of organizations do this, and they do it successfully for all their employees, like Google's one, but again, there are some cons, and it doesn't work for everybody. And then the last one, and we'll talk about this, this is where you have a remote employee, and you basically fly them into your office. So like the first one we talked about, it's highly reliable, but again, this is a very expensive method, both in time and cost. It could lead to your employee not having access to the systems for multiple days. So really, this should only be used for extremely sensitive accounts and or when all other methods have failed. So I wouldn't recommend it, but it is an option. But hopefully we can use it. Ideally, these other methods will, we won't have to do this. All right, so as I talked about earlier, the reliability in terms of identifying somebody's, did I say that? Of validating somebody's identity increases as we use multiple methods. So these ones are going to result in the best, these are going to be this is the most reliable combination. Video call that you've augmented with the government ID, you do device fingerprint matching, and then you use cert-based MFA and or hardware MFA. The reasons for this, in my opinion, are everybody knows how to do video calls. Not every threat actor is going to take the time to use Gen AI to impersonate your executive or other employee on a Zoom call. It's still possible, but at this point, it doesn't seem that they're using IDs, right? So if you say like, hey, can I see your driver's license? The threat actor might not pull it up. Device fingerprinting is great. This is great in a number of other scenarios. And then the cert-based and hardware-based MFA are also reliable. But again, not every organization can do this. So what we're gonna do is, in the next slide, I've got a chart we'll go over, and it's going to be a maturity model. And this is gonna visually help organizations understand their options and limitations, and then they can choose the best combination for their situation. And lastly, it can also provide an easy to digest roadmap on, all right, how do we do better? How do we become better? All right, so on this graph, on the x-axis is the maturity level. You can also substitute that for cost, generally speaking. And then on the y-axis is impact from impersonation. So if somebody impersonates your CFO and gets you to transfer 25 million, that is an extremely high impact. If they're impersonating like one of your internal employee training employees, the impact's gonna be more minimal, relatively speaking. So the first one is in person, right? You don't need to, this is applicable for all impact levels, and it's really easy to do. I'm putting it on the lower end because not everybody's in the office, and nobody's in the office all the time anyway. Getting more mature is where you're validating through video calls or a Slack DM or Teams or whatever you're using. There are limitations to this like we've talked about. Device fingerprinting is great, and you should ideally use this for all scenarios. I'm putting it in the middle because not all organizations have these logs or know how to, or if they do, they sometimes don't know how to look at them. So there is a bit of work there that needs to be done. We talked about emergency contacts. This isn't super reliable, and you don't want to do it in every single case. Like, you don't want to be calling, if you're getting, if you're having Gen AI social engineering attempts, 5 times a day, calling the emergency contact isn't going to work. It's also going to take extra time, and you can't get people back to work quickly. Same thing with an employee who lives nearby and checking. Personal email, you can use it, but again, it's very low maturity. You should ideally only be using it for low impact situations, if at all. But if the only options you really have are in-person, personal email, and a Zoom call, like, that's great, right? Like, that's better than doing nothing and just assuming. Because as I've worked with like small businesses up to multinationals, I've seen a whole range. I've seen organizations that are just totally on board with getting appropriate funding for security. I've seen organizations that do not want to invest in security at all, and it's like, yeah. So again, we're going to account for all scenarios, not just the ideal ones. PGP email, you can use that for all scenarios, but it does require training and other processes to support it, so it's more mature. Cert-based MFA, I'm calling that even more mature because you have to manage your devices and then implement this, and there are some challenges to this. There's an organization that I worked at in the past where their employees would travel a lot, and they would be basically like, they would need to log into their work accounts on loaned laptops. Long story short, they were like basically setting up events, and they would have to like log into other laptops, and then temporarily, so cert-based MFA was going to interfere with those operations. And then hardware MFA, I'm putting it as a high maturity level primarily because of the cost around that, and then what do we do if people are losing stuff all the time? And then in-person remote, like we talked about, right? Like, this might be the person who has global admin access to your Google Workspace, like your Google Workspace, or has root access in AWS, right? Because somebody in your organization has to. So, yeah. So that one's not ideal. All right. So those are the methods for validating identity, and I'm going to walk through 2 examples. The first is there's a video call with the head of HR, and the second is a password reset request. So with the video call for HR, so the scenario is the security team's been asked by Anya to help with this issue. By the way, if you're a fan of Spy X Family, this is for you as well. I love that show, highly recommend it. So Lloyd, who's a manager, received an email with a Zoom link to meet with the head of HR, who's named Yor, about one of his, I messed up the names. Anyway, about one of his employees. Lloyd joins the call. While talking, something seems off, so he's contacted security. And for context, they're not using cert-based or hardware-based MFA, and she is working remote. So the first thing they would do is hop on a Zoom call and check the identification. In this case, we're going to presume that yours shows her ID and it matches what's in the HR system, right? Driver's license numbers match. Why is this not going forward? There we go. Next, the security team will sign in and analyze the logs. What's happening right now matches what's happened historically. Because Yor is the head of HR and has highly sensitive access, they have her send a PGP signed email from her work account. Security validates it, and in this case, the security team assesses that this actually is Yor. So it was a legitimate situation. All right, the second situation is with a password reset request. So late one night, the IT team receives an email that from Anya's personal email, like her Gmail or Yahoo account, stating that she needs help signing in, right? And in this organization, it's not uncommon. Like, I've seen it before where an employee gets locked out. They're like, hi, I can't get back in. The only way I know how to contact you is through my personal email. Anya says she was locked out and that the automated like reset process is not working. So before sending Anya a password reset, the IT team or IT asks security to help validate Anya's identity. And then we're also going to assume that Anya has returned to the office and is a member of the DevOps team with access to production, and hardware MFA keys are required. So, but again, this is late at night, so she's may not be in the office. Or this, but yeah, this is just to highlight that we need to consider remote solutions at all times. So again, we do the Zoom ID verification, it matches, they analyze the logs, and they see that Anya's phone, quote unquote, that they had the Zoom call in does not match her registered and managed device. They then send Anya a Slack DM, and Anya says, like, why are you bothering me? It's the Super Bowl, AKA the Usher concert that the NFL attended. That was really nice of them. I love football, so that was fun. And then the security team assesses that this is not Anya, so they Slack her back and say, hey, like, you need to reset your personal email. Looks like it's been compromised. When you come back into the office tomorrow, we can help you. So those are the two scenarios. And then in conclusion, generative AI makes social engineering impersonation attacks so much easier to do. It's both like raising the level of complexity while also lowering the barrier to entry, like the technical feasibility. Our old methods of validating, like just hopping on a phone call or Zoom call, are inadequate, but we can use a validation in-depth approach to validate people's identities. So as far as next steps go for this topic, we need to have more conversations, right? Any idea is going to benefit from having lots of people talking about it. So the more people we have talking about this, we'll get more solutions. I'm sure there's stuff I didn't think of, right? And there are lots of nuances. So we also want to, over time, adapt this to specific situations. But as now, this is a good baseline, which gets into broadening the scope. In addition to like looking at niche cases, we also want to look at how do we give guidelines for individuals and their families, right? Like, what do you do when somebody, oh no, this actually happened, where someone got a phone call that was their daughter's voice saying that she'd been kidnapped, and the kidnappers needed to pay, or the parents needed to pay a ransom for her to be safe. Well, it was generative AI, right? How do we handle those scenarios? In a case like that, I think like a family shared password or just phrase is a good idea. It can be really simple. I do not think it's a good idea for organizations because you have to write that down somewhere and you have to make sure everybody remembers it. And they're probably almost certainly going to forget because they're not looking at it ever. And then the threat actor might have access to your internal systems anyway, so they might know that. And then we also want to adjust with empirical data, right? Originally NIST said that you should reset your passwords every 90 days. Turns out, after now we have data on that, that's often not ideal. The guidance is for standard user accounts, just reset if you have a data breach, right? So we want to adjust these methods as we get empirical data, as we have experiences with it, and that'll help make it better. So that is my presentation today, and I'll open it up for questions. One second. Okay, go ahead. The question was, how do we, is there a public forum or something for keeping the conversations going? I don't have a public forum right now, but the team and I that I'm on, we're having these conversations with ourselves and other people in the industry. So I don't have a forum at the moment, but yeah, I think at least what I had intended was to keep talking with other security people about it as the conversation comes up and there's time for it. So, yeah.
Seems to me that this continues to push the integration of like IT and support desk or help desk with cybersecurity inside of organizations. Some organizations seem to be kind of on board, but more seem to be resistant to updating complexity of their help desk.
He made the comment that broadly there's increased collaboration between security and IT, and this relies on that collaboration. But not all organizations want to do that, and there's some hesitancy with some organizations. So in those contexts, I would probably adjust it and have IT do the validation and the checks. But ideally, those would be, I think, separated out. So yeah, that was great. Any other questions or comments? What? Okay, great. Yeah, so the question from Discord is they like the idea of having um, a second employee go and check in on that employee who's being impersonated. But what do you do if nobody lives around them? Could you call law enforcement and have them do a wellness check? In those cases, I don't know. I don't want to give out legal advice because if we're involving the police, then it's legal. So I would check with your company's legal team on that. From a practical standpoint, you could. I'm kind of hesitant because I assume if you involve the police, it might involve some more paperwork or other stuff. But as always, if you have reason to believe that your employee is in physical danger, then yeah, it's a good idea to take steps to keep them safe. Again, I am not a lawyer, and this is not legal advice, but just as a general thought. So I think there was another question. Yeah.
free to go ahead and download the slides if you guys so wish. But my name is Michael Galdi. I am a researcher and also a professor at the University of Arizona for the College of Applied Science and Technology. I am part of a research group that takes in project proposals, and about a year and a half ago, we were approached by the facilities department of the University of Arizona to go ahead and tackle a problem of where they currently, the University of Arizona, generates 45% of their own power using various generators and solar farms. They go ahead and do their own water treatment. They go ahead and also have heating and cooling through these big, huge water chillers, which is our heating and cooling solution for the university. And we also have some building automation systems at the University of Arizona as well. And the problem that they wanted to go ahead and have us kind of tackle is the University of Arizona has the very own IT staff that protects the network of any intrusion coming on in. They have a whole bunch of different solutions for that whole piece there, but the facilities network, which is nestled inside of the University of Arizona's network, happens to also have their very own facilities network over all these different generators, water pressure sensors, and all these other various devices that are talking with each other. And the facility staff are very skilled and knowledgeable about the physical equipment themselves. They know how to work and interact with the various generators and pieces of equipment that they currently have on staff. But what they don't have an understanding of is what's going on inside of their network itself. Their facilities engineers are engineering the solutions for the power generation and for moving hot air into the chillers to be cooled, and then cool air going out to each one of the building's facilities. But they don't know what their devices that are controlling all this automation, what they're able to go ahead and see. So their question to us was, could we develop a network monitoring solution that gives the facility staff, non-IT personnel, insights and knowledge onto their network, and then also give them an idea of what their network is currently speaking, so dissecting those protocols that are being spoken as well. So, why did that project interest me so much? Let me go ahead and tell you a little bit about myself. I'm a professor at the University of Arizona, as I said earlier. I happen to go ahead and teach a course on industrial control systems technology for undergraduate students and also for graduate students. I also teach malware analysis for the undergraduate side and the graduate side. And I also do some basic network analysis classes as well. Before that, previously, I worked as a researcher for an organization called the Nebraska Applied Research Institute, where we focused on developing and finding exploits on industrial equipment, developing those exploits for demonstration, and then informing the vendors of what those exploits are possibly able to go ahead and do. Our primary customers were the vendors themselves, and our goal was to go ahead and basically secure these industrial pieces of equipment moving forward. Previously, before that, I worked as a contractor for the DIA, where it was my very first cybersecurity mission, of where I was looking at breaking down the social media insurgent network for the Islamic State whenever they were taking hostages. And the DIA has a special mission where they are actually tasked with POW MIA tasks and stuff like that, and that's where I kind of fell in love with cyber. Before that, my undergraduate degree was actually in political science, but I fell in love with cyber so much that I decided to go ahead and get my master's and further education in that as well. So I really like this idea of taking on the industrial equipment devices and seeing how we can basically kind of develop more of a solution for them. So first off, what is this ICS OT network stuff? Generally, your OT networks are going to go ahead and first, here goes our pathway that we're going through. But then, for our ICS networks, there we go. Okay, ICS networks, OT networks. These devices themselves are very similar to your IT devices for the most part. They go ahead and connect to a network. They go ahead and transmit their messages. Those messages have headers just like your IP packets and all that fun stuff there. There was a the divergence of how those network packets basically kind of evolved over time, where your general IT equipment that you guys are all familiar with today has had a constant evolution in how those devices are basically being upgraded, how the protocols that are basically being used for simple things like web traffic has improved over time. There's been a few years where the various protocols that you would use just for general HTTP traffic has gone through some type of new evolution of where they added in some nice little features of either adding in security or ways of tracking your session cookies and all that fun stuff over there. But on the OT side, we didn't quite follow that same path. And these devices are sitting on these critical infrastructure networks, these industrial networks, and they're doing some very important things. Now these devices, these computers, are sitting on these, in these environments, and they're monitoring temperatures, they're monitoring pressures. Kind of a very simple concept is that if the room gets too hot, okay, some thermostat somewhere is going to be reporting that the temperature is too hot. That goes off to the furnace or the cooler, and it's going to say, hey, turn on or turn off. That's a physical process. And in industrial networks or in industrial areas, you have that exact same thing of where you have a sensor monitoring that network in itself, and as something changes in the physical environment, it then does another thing. These things are made to be fairly simple and fairly easy to kind of understand. These computers are a little bit different from the computers that you and I kind of work with throughout the normal day. These devices are made to go ahead and work in some very harsh environments, very high humidity environments, very low humidity environments, environments with really active electromagnetic interference. Devices would have to also sit on areas that would be high in temperature or maybe really low in temperature. These devices are made to work in some very extreme areas, and so they've had to become a little bit more rugged, and they've also had to kind of do the way in how they process this network communication in a little bit more of a different way, so there's been a little bit of a deviation. And where you're going to go ahead and find these devices, they're going to go ahead and be in some of the things that we all kind of maybe just kind of pass off over for the most part, but your power plants, okay, your substations, they're going to be monitoring various sensors within that network and adjusting how power flows between the point of generation and then also for the various different types of substations that are out there as well. For the physical process, okay, our power is being generated utilizing 3 phases. I don't quite understand the whole physics behind the 3 phases of generating power, but I do understand the sensor networks. We monitor every single point of how that power is being generated, and we make adjustments going along the way. As the temperature gets really, really hot, we have to adjust how we're putting power out, and that has to go ahead and be translated to both substations and also the power generation facility so that we don't have blackouts, brownouts, or things like that. Water treatment facilities. We kind of like to have clean drinking water, and with that you need to go ahead and maintain various pieces of pressure and how much chemicals you need to add for this or that. We have sensors within our water treatment facilities constantly adjusting the mix of making our clean water and moving wastewater out and all that fun stuff there. Transportation networks. You have your drive home and all that fun stuff there, and you have traffic lights, and you have ways of controlling when the light goes red, when the light goes green. You have light rail, airplane networks, and all that fun stuff there. And then finally over here, manufacturing lines. And I'll also include building automation systems for that as well. In a lot of buildings, you have something like key card access, or you have monitoring of various rooms for temperature, or various different types of pressures. In a hospital network, for example, static air pressure is a very important thing to kind of consider. If you have a patient who is, I'm gonna butcher this, but immunocompromised, okay, you don't want to have a whole bunch of infected air getting to that patient, so you would want to have a high static air pressure environment for them to be in so that the air is forced out and you have that air come in through a filtration system. In the other case, if you're trying to go ahead and keep diseased air out from certain areas, you'd have a low static air pressure environment. So whenever you open up a door, all the air rushes on in. Other environments also look at static air pressure as well, and they find that all to be very important. But all of that is being controlled through various different pieces of sensors that then feed their information into their industrial computer components. And these computer components we're going to go ahead and call PLCs. And those logic controllers, or those physical logic controllers, are going to go ahead and be connected to things that people on the facility side will be able to go ahead and manage and make changes to them using things called HMIs, or human-machine interfaces, of where they'll be able to go ahead and interact with the device to make various programming changes based off of the day that maybe their original programming didn't originally catch. And then also then you start introducing things like engineering workstations that get connected into that network. We can kind of make a few changes here and there kind of thing. But all of these devices over here are connecting to other devices, and these protocols, we're going to go ahead and talk about these for a little bit, haven't really had the same evolution as IT protocols. So these are kind of written in a way to where they're kind of just out in the open. And they're out in the open in the sense that there's no encryption. There's no security really basically placed on these protocols because they weren't written for that in mind. And there hasn't been a lot of evolution of why these things have kind of gone through that route anyhow. So taking a look at IT, for example, those protocols have kind of gone through quite a nice little evolution for the most part. You had the global internet kind of come on out, and HTTP eventually got adopted for you viewing general web pages, and that came out in 1996. And it basically was the rules of how a client connects to a server. But as time went on, there were some things that kind of got discovered along the route saying, hey, you know what, we need to actually go ahead and kind of improve how we make this connection between the client and the server. So HTTP version 1.1 goes on out. Then we wanted to go ahead and add on a little bit more extra security. So we went ahead and added in some things to go ahead and monitor sessions and what's been acknowledged or not acknowledged and all that fun stuff there. So then in 2015, we got version 2.0. And just recently, we now have version 3.0, which utilizes the QUIC protocol, which has a whole bunch of security built out inside. And the HTTP protocol has gone through quite the evolution so far, where we've been able to go ahead and focus a lot more on security. We've done a lot more improvements in how those protocols work. On the OT side, the operational technology side, we have some protocols that haven't really had a lot of evolutions put forward for the most part. And we're going to gloss over a few of these other ones. For right now, we can go ahead and take a look at Modbus. Modbus is a really fun protocol. You go ahead and have sensors read their data back to a controller, and that controller puts their information in some registers, and you go ahead and read from those registers or write from those registers. And it was a really great way to go ahead and kind of start up some general automation, okay? Then we went ahead and had the evolution of Profibus, power plants, and power generation facilities wanted to go ahead and have a little bit more of their own protocol for their network, so they went ahead and developed a DNP3. For building automation controls, started off as a HVAC protocol, but has kind of evolved quite beyond that to have a lot more features, and that's BACnet, my personal favorite of the OT protocols. And then we also have LawnTalk, KNX, and OPC protocols, but we haven't really had a lot of evolutions being pushed out forward of basically kind of focusing a lot on security. There's a little bit here and there, but from an industrial perspective, we haven't had a lot of things being placed on security, and there's a reason for that. All these devices on the OT side generally are going to go ahead and be part of your network infrastructure that's being placed whenever you go ahead and put in a industrial thing, big chiller, some type of furnace, brand new MRI machine for a hospital, any type of huge piece of critical infrastructure is going to be fairly expensive, and it's going to be built to work with these protocols themselves. These OT devices aren't made to go ahead and be interchangeable like your general IT equipment is. If you need to go ahead and buy a new server, there's a whole bunch of vendors out there that will be able to go ahead and provide those services for you. On the industrial side, whenever you want to go ahead and change anything with your boiler or your chiller or something like that, that vendor isn't really going to want you to go ahead and go anywhere else for the most part. So those devices that you're interacting with have to be provided by them. And with your network infrastructure, you kind of build out basically what type of protocols your network is using that can talk with each other. So you're getting kind of stuck within this protocol family. If you have a huge, large building like this, for example, you're generally going to be stuck with BACnet. And you're going to be stuck with BACnet in the sense that it needs to go ahead and work with all of the legacy devices and all the brand new fancy devices you want to go ahead and bring on in. So if today you want to go ahead and change out the entire lighting arrangement for your facility, you need to find a vendor that will supply those devices for you, but also those controllers that are controlling those pieces of equipment also work within your network. And that kind of, in a way, basically limits on how much of network infrastructure you're able to go ahead and change. So a lot of these devices are being stuck in these old protocols, not because they're not doing any type of evolutions on the OT side, but mostly because they have to work with their legacy counterparts. The chiller for your facility might be 20 years-ish old, but it's probably got 30 years left on it. So you're not going to go ahead and just rush out and buy a new one because there's a new device that controls some type of protocol. So whatever device you do end up using has to use that legacy component. Okay, so within the IT environment, however, whenever you're basically looking for a brand new solution to something, you have a whole bunch of different ways of interacting with adding security to your environment. If you want to go ahead and protect your network at the very basic level, you can go ahead and add in firewalls. There's not really a huge market lock on what type of firewalls you can deploy into your enterprise environment. Same thing for intrusion detection systems. Antivirus, there's a whole bunch of different vendors that are out there that will be able to be more than happy to let you test out their product before you go ahead and buy it for your corporate enterprise environments. Endpoint protection devices. There's a whole bunch of different vendors out there that will go ahead and put some type of agent on your various machines that will report back to tell your IT staff or whoever your system administrators are going to go ahead and end up being what your networked computers are doing on that side. And then finally, also, we can go ahead and add in some simple things like some basic authentication, something like LDAP or something like that. On the OT side, whenever we're trying to look at security, there's been a few pushes to add in some type of secure communication, and some of that can go ahead and kind of be laid out for like Modbus Plus. Modbus, but you also now have a little bit more of a capability of adding in some very simple security into it. And same thing for DNP3 Secure. Really great idea. Let's go ahead and start making OT protocols secure, except they don't play well with older devices. So even though these protocols do have a secure function with them, you can't deploy them into an environment that doesn't allow you to work with your legacy components. So you have to kind of wait until those legacy components age out and need to go ahead and be replaced. And then hopefully your replacement will go ahead and start working with these new protocols and stuff like that. So with this, our OT environment also has an additional piece here that we need to kind of consider as well. Your facilities department, okay, they're going to be engineers. They're going to be really good at figuring out what the power grid needs in order for that power grid to be very effective and be able to work within high temperature environments and low temperature environments. They're not network system administrators. They're basically looking at the physical process of how a power generation, whatever that's going to be, how that works. Whenever a cable goes down, a squirrel chews through something or whatever, they're not thinking cybersecurity attack. They're thinking someone ran into a light pole or something. The various vendors that are basically providing these equipments are making a lot of different features for these facilities engineers to be able to go ahead and enjoy. Very quick ways to go ahead and get a read on all their various devices from a central component. They're able to go ahead and make features that will allow them to go ahead and see what the various different phases are in a power grid, things that make their job a lot easier. That's what the vendors are focused on. If you're providing these industrial pieces of equipment to facilities, they're more focused on building out features that would benefit them and their processes, and basically making sure that they always go ahead and have those devices put in there. But they're not system administrators, and generally your IT team has no idea what an industrial protocol is or what it even looks like, so they just kind of just leave those guys alone. Basically, you go ahead and segment that network off. You go ahead and allow facilities do their little facilities things, and you protect all your IT devices and your IT components through that way. So there's been kind of this little disconnect between IT and OT devices for the most part, of where there is a network of where these devices are communicating with each other, but there's no one really monitoring that network, and that capability hasn't really been pushed forward for the general facilities team to go ahead and be able to see themselves, or for the IT team to take a look at an industrial protocol and have an understanding of what it's saying. From the IT team's perspective, they can go ahead and put some network monitoring on that line through some type of mirror port or something like that, but being able to dissect the backnet protocol, for example, they're not going to know what that backnet protocol is saying. What is register 1 is updating register 2 kind of thing. They're not going to know what's maybe malicious or not. And these devices are being networked together not because they just think it's cool or whatever, but because it saves a lot of money. If you have a whole bunch of different facilities that are basically geographically separated from each other, having a central location be able to go off and give you an instantaneous data view of what that network is doing. The heat's too hot, the water's getting close to freezing temperature kind of thing. If you have a central location for that, you can go ahead and have a central team that could then respond to those events instead of having a separate facilities team for each one of the buildings. So networking these devices together saves a lot of time, saves a lot of money. And outside of a few examples, there's not really a lot of best practices for these networks to be deployed and set out. If you want to go ahead and put together a power grid network, okay, there's a lot of regulations you got to go ahead and follow that kind of have lots of best practices for power grid operators to follow, to allow them to have connection to the grid and generate and push out power from there and stuff like that. But for water filtration systems, for building automation, for just general automation in itself, there's not really any real best use cases for them to go ahead and follow. They basically just kind of put it all together and kind of hope for the best for the most part. Now, right now, if you were to go ahead and go on the Shodan, there's a little bit over 6,000 devices that are reporting themselves as a backnet device. These are where you have an industrial controller basically just sitting out there just waiting for a connection from the internet. This is something that we don't really want to go ahead and go see. Additionally, we also have a little bit under 500 that are Modbus controllers that are out there. DNP3 is a little bit harder to search for on Shodan, but we have that. And whenever you go ahead and go to these devices, what you're able to go ahead and go see is a very simple login screen. In many cases, you don't even have a full authentication there. It's basically some type of Java client running on these industrial components that are just waiting for some very simple authentication. And these devices generally don't get updated for years, if even that. And we'll discuss that here in a little bit as well. But this is what's basically open whenever you go ahead and try to connect to these devices just through your basic network connection from the internet. And also, if you happen to have an HMI located onto your network, you can also just have no authentication whatsoever, and you just have basically free and open interfaces that potentially could allow someone outside of the facilities group to go ahead and make modifications to a physical process. From that physical process, you potentially could go ahead and turn a device off or turn it on. I don't know. I don't know what these devices over here are doing, but I'm pretty sure the facilities group that's in charge of these devices don't want me just clicking buttons at random. Okay, so why do we kind of care about OT devices? And they haven't really been kind of the spearhead for cybersecurity research and all that fun stuff there. It wasn't up until the Stuxnet worm ended up getting popularly known about against the Iranian centrifuges. Now, whatever you want to say about Iran, for the most part, for a clandestine nuclear enrichment program, Iran did everything right. They had a facility out in the middle of nowhere, not connected to the internet, and they had this enrichment facility utilizing controllers that they knew would work for their purposes, and they were able to go ahead and enrich uranium. For a clandestine program, that's kind of like the bare bones of what you kind of need in order for no one else to really know about it. But through this clandestine program, okay, another clandestine program was launched where you had a development of a piece of malware to potentially gain access to the system without those system administrators knowing what was happening, and then being able to go ahead and do some malicious process to then cause the centrifuges to overheat or basically fail. The Stuxnet worm, part of the Olympics game program, ended up causing over a fifth of Iranian centrifuges to fail. Or that's what's been reported anyways, for the most part. And the way in how you were able to go ahead and get that malicious program, that Stuxnet worm, onto this secret Iranian network is a little bit, I feel like, sensationalized for the most part. There's a lot of holes that are currently missing because it's a clandestine program. You don't have everything out there. But through the supply chain network that Iran was using, there's evidence that there were earlier versions of Stuxnet worm being added into the equipment that was being shipped out to its various clients. Now, Stuxnet worm works on a Windows device, okay? You can run it under Windows XP and Windows 7. And you can go ahead and basically see what it does. Generally, if you ended up getting infected with a Stuxnet, nothing would happen. You'd have no interaction with it whatsoever, and it was supposed to go underneath the radar. But eventually, in 2010, the Stuxnet worm that we're currently now all familiar with anyways, ended up being released into the wild and spreading. But it didn't really do anything, so security researchers didn't know exactly what they were looking at. But earlier versions of Stuxnet worm were able to go ahead and be located as early as 2009 from the various different vendors that are out there. This was placed onto an industrial network, and that industrial network that Iran was running, they didn't know what was wrong. They thought maybe their centrifuges were just cheap, or maybe they just were breaking. They didn't think cyber warfare kind of thing because they had the latest version of antivirus. But if antivirus has never seen this before, they can't really go ahead and write definitions for it or something to go ahead and search for it. This also wasn't running only on a Windows device. This was made specifically for an industrial network. So this was basically running on their industrial network and basically just pushing forward commands to make the centrifuge run too fast or run too slow kind of thing, basically ruining the centrifuges. Centrifuges are very specialized pieces of equipment. You don't want them to run outside of their programming. Okay, cool, Iran. Yeah, we attacked Iran using a cyber weapon. In 2015, Ukraine happened to have a cyber attack as well against their power grid. But it kind of went a little bit different than what Stuxnet did. This was more of a direct physical attack against their network, of where they had a power event in 2015, and it stemmed from, through analysis, through a basic spear phishing campaign, okay? One of the admins or someone in the enterprise environment opened up an email. It was a phishing email. They executed it, and they had some malicious software running on their back end. That's not really the crazy part right there for the most part. That malicious piece of software was only doing one thing. All we were doing is basically scanning the network to see what we can find. And from that network analysis, we were then able to go ahead and find some credentials to a virtual private network. From that virtual private network, we went ahead and then made a secondary connection, at which point we were able to go ahead and scan the network and find some engineering workstations. These workstations happen to be located on the industrial network. They segmented it off. It's not part of the normal network. But through a VPN connection, we were able to go ahead and gain access to it from there. The idea being is that you have an engineer who can remote in, do some quick work, and then log on off. That VPN connection was supposed to be their secure point. But because they compromised the original administration network, they were able to find some credentials. That's not really anything too crazy for the most part, but they were able to go ahead and scan these. Once they had that connection into that engineering workstation, they start scanning the network. What can I see from this point? Well, from there, we're able to now go ahead and identify some various devices that we can do some harm to. We have some universal backup, or UPSs, that we can go ahead and connect to that are network connected. And then we also have some human-machine interfaces, like those little screens I showed you earlier, where you're able to go ahead and interact with the various controllers there. So, for their attack, somebody, most likely Russia, decided to go ahead and use these connections to go ahead and then send a malicious payload to the battery backups, which were running a very simple version of Linux, BusyBox, that ran the UPS software, and they basically bricked them, made them unable to respond for during this attack. And then from there, they also went ahead and used their connections to the HMI to go ahead and start scanning for the various pieces on the ICS side, the industrial side, of what they can go ahead and basically throw data at to make those devices start working weird. They also went ahead and made a connection to the company's VoIP servers. And they didn't really do anything too crazy there. They just spammed it with data. So now you have a DDoS attack against your VoIP calls. You have a current disabling of your UPS devices or your UPSs, and now you have a connection into your ICS network. And also, they decided to go off and do this on Christmas Eve during the night, so your engineers that are on site that night aren't really going to go ahead and normally be your heavy response team, okay? Your very first thing that you're going to go ahead and do, if it's like midnight on Christmas Eve, is maybe make a few phone calls and get some people brought on in. But now you don't have the capability of making those phone calls at all. And then from the HMI, we then go ahead and basically send out a whole bunch of junk data to the ICS devices, basically forcing them to shut off. In a power generating facility, that's a bad thing. You don't want these devices to shut off because it then turns off the substations, which means no more power that's already being generated is now being sent to the city, in this sense over here, the city of Kiev. These substations, because now they're shut off, aren't processing that power anymore, so now everything that is being processed through the generator is basically being shedded. So all that power generation capability is being shedded, it's not going to potential customers, and you're wasting a lot of time and energy. Oh, and also the linemen that are currently there can't make any calls for additional help because their internal phone systems are down, and also all the battery backups they were waiting for their substations to remain online have also gone offline as well. So out of all of these events, we are taking a look at why OT environments are important. What could we do at the University of Arizona to protect our power generation facilities, our water filtration facilities, and our networks and all that fun stuff there? What could we do differently? So we went ahead and basically took a look at what we currently have, okay? We don't have the capability of using IT systems in our OT network. The one thing you don't want to do within an ICS network is introduce any malicious traffic. On OT networks, that's what we kind of consider to be a very sensitive network. Having things make a lot of noise in the background doesn't normally get ignored. On ICS networks, those devices, those PLCs and HMIs, are high availability systems. So there's no check for credentials. There's no check for which IP address properly sent this message or whatever. If an ICS device receives a command to turn something off, for example, it's going to be responding. So you don't want to go ahead and have any type of active scanning happen on these networks. So we're kind of limited on what we're able to go ahead and do at this point. And then also these OT systems kind of need their own network administration because of how sensitive they are, how important these networks are. If the University of Arizona loses our capability of generating power, okay, we're still going to be able to run the university, but it's going to be really more expensive for us to go ahead and do so. We kind of use a lot of power on our end and stuff like that. So what could we do? Okay, we can go ahead and take a look at our various endpoints. Okay, our PLCs, our HMIs, and all that fun stuff there, and maybe we can do some things to those. All right, we can go ahead and maybe add some additional security for passwords, or we can maybe go off and do patches or updates, or maybe we can just add antivirus to those devices. The problem with these endpoints, these HMIs, these PLCs, is that they're not usable in the same sense that a laptop or a desktop computer is. They run one piece of software, and they run it very well, and it's made to run for long periods of times. These are not devices that you normally go off and ever shut down. If you're ever trying to go ahead and do any type of patching or an update to an industrial component, that has to be planned well in advance. And you have to have some type of secondary system running, or else you possibly have the use case of where your power generation, your water filtration, or whatever process that you're doing ends up failing. So losing your primary component is really a hard ask for a facilities department to go ahead and take. Taking that system offline is a very difficult thing for an industrial network to go ahead and be allowed to go ahead and do. So patching and updating is not very, it's not done in the same realm as within the IT environments. And an antivirus and malware, they don't normally run on these industrial components that are running in the ARM, and their components are generally going to go ahead and be flowing into something that won't allow another application to run at the same time. The applications that do run need to have the full processing capability and the full amount of memory that's available to it for it to go ahead and keep track of all the different registers that are currently being set out. Okay. Fine. What about firewalls? We can add those to industrial networks, right? Basically block any type of communication coming on in, only allow certain communication going on out. We can start adding on a little bit more security at this point of basically protecting what comes in and what goes on out. Additionally, we can go ahead and do some network segmentation and maybe some isolation. Okay. The problem with our facilities network at the University of Arizona is that we want these devices to go ahead and be connected because we have a lot of satellite sites. Okay. We have facilities in Sierra Vista, we have some in Vail, we have some all over the place kind of thing that need to report their data values back. And our facilities team is centrally located at the University of Arizona in Tucson, Arizona. So that's where everything needs to kind of go ahead and get their data fed back into. So our segmentation has to kind of take this into an account. If you're able to go ahead and take your computer and log it into the University of Arizona's network, you should not be able to go off and see our industrial network and all of our components there. That would be really, really crazy. So we have it segmented off on its own network. Okay, we're doing some fun stuff there. We're doing some good things. But one thing that we do have is that we have all these open networking protocols. So how could we take these open networking protocols that are fairly well understood, they're decades old, and we're able to go ahead and basically take those networking protocols and try to figure out how best to translate them for the facility staff so that they can go ahead and make networking decisions based off of the traffic that we can go ahead and monitor. So with that, let's go off and look at a different solution, or a solution that we're going to go ahead and deploy. With these open protocols, BACnet, DNP3, and Modbus and stuff like that, these are the general protocols you're going to go off and see within your typical industrial environment. There are some proprietary protocols, but all those proprietary solutions really did was take an open protocol and add an additional header to it. And we can just strip that away as we're going ahead and we're processing all those things over there. So then we need to go ahead and take these protocols and do something with them, and we need to kind of develop a solution for, we have these protocols, we can go ahead and capture them, but what can we use to kind of automate the collection and then making sense of that data? So we have a few different items over here, okay? Wazoo, I really like their interface. I think they're really neat. So we looked at Wazoo. We looked at the Elk stack, which is what Wazoo is based off of. And Wazoo and Elk are open source. They have their commercial components. They're really nice and all that fun stuff there. But these are things that we can very easily deploy and attempt to go ahead and have them take a look at. And then also we have Splunk, which at the University of Arizona, we have a whole bunch of licenses for. And I think they want they're trying to really push different colleges and departments to go ahead and use Splunk, because I think they got too many of them, but I don't know. But either way, these are different solutions. So for our little industrial network, we kind of have this little mock-up model over here. On the very top, we happen to have our enterprise network, or the university network in general, and then we have our three industrial environments we're going to go ahead and monitor. One's going to go ahead and be for power generation, one for our chiller heating components, and one for building automation and all that fun stuff there. And they're all generating and utilizing data. And they all have a single connection into our enterprise university network. And that's where we kind of want to go ahead and focus on. Is that component there is basically where we can kind of go ahead and put our monitoring solution at, of where we can go ahead and aid our facilities team to kind of get an idea of what's going on within their network. At this point over here, at this switch, we can go ahead and set up a monitoring port or a mirror port or whatever you want to go ahead and call it for the most part. And from there, we can go ahead and start capturing the network traffic going into the industrial network and then feed it into our Wazoo, Elk, Splunk, and all that fun stuff over there to try to make sense of that data that we're looking at. But it doesn't quite work out of the box that way. The problem with those solutions is that they are basically more agent-based. So you would go ahead and deploy an agent onto a device, your laptop, your computer, whatever. You deploy an agent, and we'll start collecting user logs and all that fun stuff there. And these devices that we're talking about on the industrial side, they don't have that capability. You just can't load an application, an x86 or a 64-bit program into these things to go ahead and start running some type of agent in the background. These are going to go ahead and basically be looking at log files that your computer or your server's generating. That's not very useful for us. But what we can go ahead and do is we can start just generating logs by using Python or C to go ahead and basically take the networking traffic that we want to go ahead and capture and then generating the logs that we want to go ahead and feed into these different environments, Wazoo, Elk, and Splunk, and all that things there. So we can go ahead and kind of solve that problem without having any type of ability to monitor these network components. We can go ahead and basically set up our own secondary agent to monitor this network based off of the mirror port that we're receiving. So now that we have this connection into our industrial side network, we're now able to go ahead and pull the network traffic that's reaching that component there. But we're not seeing everything. If it doesn't reach the switch, we can't see it. But from our monitoring solution, at this point now, we can now go ahead and show our facilities team what type of network traffic that we can actually currently visualize. And from there, we were able to go ahead and develop a baseline. What does your network look like today? We'll collect it for maybe like 30 days or something like that. And then we'll start looking for deviations from that baseline. Maybe one of your components decides to start talking out to some other component outside of the network. There should only be one connection out to the internet. If some component tries to go ahead and use that to talk to something outside of your environment, we should now be able to detect that. And that could be fed to the facilities team to see if that's either something that's done by the vendor on purpose, or if that's something that we need to then escalate to the university security team for the networking things and all that fun stuff there. From here, we can go ahead and start generating alerts based off of the traffic that we're seeing. And now we can go ahead and feed those alerts in a way that facilities can go ahead and understand it, because what we're doing now is we're taking the protocols that are being talked and we're doing some quick translations of those protocols so that they can understand what the BACnet protocols are saying, what Modbus is saying, what DNP3 is saying, and now they can go ahead and see what those items are. Those dissectors are pretty easy to go ahead and find because Wireshark kind of did all the work for us. We're just making it to a report now. And now we can go ahead and generate these alerts so the facilities team is able to go ahead and understand what's happening on their network. That's made for facilities to take a look at and not so much the IT side to take a look at, because IT, our university IT monitoring, wouldn't have that capability of knowing what's happening on this side of the network, because nothing should be exiting this point. But the facilities team can now go ahead and have more understanding of what's happening on their side of the network. And then we start finding a whole bunch of weird items because vendors, at the University of Arizona anyways, we have multiple vendors that we're using for our various facilities teams. We have 3 different vendors for our power generation and for our building automation and all that fun stuff over there. And they all kind of do little weird things every so often. Sometimes I like to call out to the internet once a month. And from there, we'll go ahead and see those different variables from there that we need to kind of go ahead and make sense of. Okay, so from everything we've talked about so far, okay, we kind of explained a little bit why OT is important. And we looked at a little bit of how we were going to go ahead and take a look at this network monitoring solution, not really necessarily made for your IT or for your system administrators, but more for the facility counterparts. People that would basically be working on the power grid, would be working within your building automation system. Basically, people making sure that all your business side things are still running, but not so much on your IT side. So this solution itself that we have developed so far is agnostic. You can deploy it to any type of facilities network as long as you find that one good point that you can start collecting your data at and start feeding it into your data collector. From there, you go ahead and develop a baseline, at which point we'll then go ahead and be able to tell you what is or isn't a deviation from the baseline going forward. And then, yeah, that research project is still going on. We're still developing it, and we're going on from there. And that's basically it for the most part. Any questions from you guys? Yes. So whenever it comes to industrial dedicated malware like that, not really, no. The reason why is because that's not the only thing you have to worry about. Just general malware in general is things that you need to go ahead and worry about. Having WannaCry, okay, very simple, very easy, being deployed on an industrial network is devastating. Because all these engineering workstations that are being connected to these industrial environments There we go. Okay, awesome. Okay, anything else? Yes. So the way in how Maine University IT handled it is that they set up some very simple firewall rules of what components were capable of talking back to it. Um, what we found is that a lot of some of our vendors needed to have a connection out to a component to go ahead and communicate, so we had to make special exceptions for those things to go ahead and be used. But the problem that we found with that is that they're not very frequent in how commonly they are speaking out, and then trying to translate basically what data they're sending and receiving from each other. Because everything's in basically non-encrypted and they use these proprietary protocols, we basically dissect it away from those additional header files, and we try to go ahead and translate basically what's going to and from. And most of it's just a really complicated time protocol and some DNS things over there kind of a thing. Or they tried to be clever and all that. Okay, well, let me go ahead and do this real quick. I'm just going to take a quick photo. Okay. Well, thank you guys all very much. It was a pleasure to speak with you guys today. You guys were my very first audience out here, so that's really awesome. So thank you guys.
company called Panther Sim. We're a sponsor here, doing field CISO work. So right now I kind of work a lot with SIM and writing detections and things like that. But in a prior life, I was actually building various tools to sort of track criminals, and I'll kind of walk through how I stumbled into that. A lot of people always ask, like, how do I get into cybersecurity? And I'm trying to figure out how I got here, because I don't really know myself. I think it's like a series of happy accidents that we end up here. I'm actually trying to get out of cybersecurity because I'm old and I want to retire. So I'm going to talk a little bit about some of these investigations I did. I had a startup that I tried. It's just an experiment where, I wanted to see some of these malware utilities were being built for USB devices. I got really into it when I was working for a particular company, and I got really more into the offensive side of it. It was just so cool. You could plug a flash drive in, and I could infect a network. I mean, forget all this like trying to hack the network and all this sort of thing. If I get inside of a company and I can plug a device in, I can compromise that network. I can steal data. There was a lot of really cool things that could come of it. And then I tried to find a way to actually turn that into sort of a white hat approach as well, and I'll kind of walk through that. I ended up really helping a lot of law enforcement because I would provide them a lot of evidence around various cases. We would be recovering stolen devices, and then what would happen is you'd go in to recover a stolen device, and you'd end up unveiling other crimes. And some of them were actually Russian organized crime groups that were operating in Portland, Oregon. There was a period in my life where I was getting really nervous about seeing people in Adidas tracksuits, and I'll talk a little bit about that as well. So this is what I refer to as my wall of shame. So you'll see that some of the faces are blurred out to protect the guilty. So various tools I built, like for laptops, it would leverage the web camera to take a photo of the person that stole your device. I would get location from Wi-Fi networks. Did similar things with mobile. That was more focused on data protection. I'm going to trip over this, so I'm going to move it. Archiving data, things like that. And then I have a tendency to go down rabbit holes. I think like a lot of people in cybersecurity, you had this conversation. I'm neurodivergent, ADHD, pretty hard. It's good in some ways, bad in others. But when it comes to some of this stuff, the going down rabbit holes, finding new ways of doing discovery of data, things like that, that's kind of what I really started digging deep into it. I did a talk at DEF CON when I presented this a while back. And of course, the journalists kind of went crazy with it. The talk was Confessions of a Professional Cyber Stalker. And of course, BBC just put my mug on there. I'm a professional cyber stalker. That's always really great, when people are looking you up. And then one of them called me the real life Mr. Robot. If you ever want to get doxxed, like people trying to find out who you are and trying to target you, get headlines like this. But a lot of what I do, it's not, there's some technical aspects to it, but I think a lot of what I've been doing is more creative, trying to find creative solutions to problems that probably people didn't realize existed. And that's kind of where I started talking about every contact leaves a trace. Has anyone ever heard this concept before? Yes, Edmund Lacard. It's called Lacard's exchange principle. Edmund Lacard is sort of the grandfather of forensic science. They called him like the French Sherlock Holmes. A lot of the things that we kind of learn about forensic science, came from him. It's before fingerprints and things like that. But every contact leaves a trace. The idea is that when someone commits a crime, not only do they often take something with them, they leave something behind. And I kept thinking about this when I was reading this book. I was like, this really carries over into the digital world as well. Oftentimes, there's a lot of data, logs, and things like that get generated. And sometimes we just don't know where to look for that data, or maybe we don't know how to collect that data. When I started getting into like EXIF image data, things like that, that's a really good example. There really wasn't a way to search that information. What I found is like in higher-end cameras, they'll actually embed the serial number of the camera and the make and model into the image. There just really wasn't a way to search it. And that's one thing I'll talk about later too, is how I built the search engine and ended up using that to unveil crimes as well. Kind of when I think about this too, I think about the quantify self-pawn, and this is, I've been doing this kind of talk for a while, and this just seems to be getting worse, where we have a lot more information. I think every single crime that's being investigated is going to have a cyber component. You think about surveillance videos, you think about Ring videos, you think about every transaction, everything we have, all the Wi-Fi networks we connect to. There's always going to be a trail of everywhere we go. I think people refer to that as digital exhaust. Sometimes I refer to it as a digital fart because sometimes it's unintentional. But there's just so much data that's out there available to us. If you really want to dox someone, I think the most powerful tool anymore is a credit card. Right? There's all this information that's available from data brokers. You can go into underground forums to get information about individuals. It's not very difficult to really dox people anymore. I think that's why we're seeing a lot of services that'll actually kind of scrub your information from the internet becoming more popular. But still, there's always going to be some sort of a trace. This is kind of how my mind works. You've probably seen these like on like CSI, where they have like all the evidence and the mug shots and things like that, and they're trying to connect the criminals. This really is how my brain works when I'm trying to draw these connections between things. And sometimes, you get frustrated with it, and then you'll take a step back, and then maybe someone in the community will help you. They'll send you some information. I've been doing some OSINT work around this, and that's one thing I really found too, was there's things you can do on your own, but when you start to bring in a community of people that maybe specialize in other areas of security or have a different perspective in how they view it, it really helps. Like sometimes I get stuck with things, and then someone says, well, I found this person, their last name changed or whatever on this date, and then that opens up a whole trove of other information that we're able to identify. I like to refer to this, as the hierarchy of data belief. You're probably familiar with this. Your TTPs, Tower of Pain, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. But this is where I really see that a lot of the data that we not only do we create ourselves that are generated about us, how it actually gets out there. And what happens is as we interact with things, our control of that data decreases. So there starts with the data we create. If I have a Word document, I'm not connected to the internet, I create it on my laptop, I can delete it, I can reformat the drive. I feel like I have a little bit of control of that bit of data. However, when I maybe upload that to the cloud, now I lose some control of that. Or if I'm interacting and I'm maybe buying a plane ticket, right? There's a lot of information that then gets created for me. But then from that, there's also data that gets created about us. And I'm not sure if you've ever seen when you buy a plane ticket, all of the different systems that government systems and all this stuff that this also interacts with like the TSA and all that. One time I was even looking at like a text message on a cell phone. Like there's like 20 different logs that get generated throughout like a mobile carrier when that gets sent. So do you think they're able to delete all of that? Do you think that there's not going to be a trace of it? There's always going to be ways of getting information about that. Then we get into shadow data, and that's data we have a lot less control of. This is data that gets compromised in data breaches. It then gets pushed out into public forums and underground markets and things like that. And that's something we really have no control over at all. That's why I think we get we become complacent with data breaches now. It's just, I guess we just have to deal with it. Our information's out there. Because we really don't have a lot of control over that. There's no regulation around this stuff either. Data brokers, they have to do certain things, but if you go into underground markets, we're talking cryptocurrencies and things like that. There's people you can even hire to go out and get all this information about an individual if you really want to. So kind of how I got started with this, again, I was working for a company. I was primarily a web developer. Then I kind of had to become a one-man web army for a company. I was sort of the server administrator. No one else knew Linux, so I had to learn how to secure a LAMP stack. That's how old I am. I was working with this company, and they had this new technology that they wanted to have to block USB devices from connecting to the network. At that time, there was a lot of infections that were occurring. People were stealing data from using these devices as well. We called it pod slurping. You could take an iPod, plug it in, you had this agent, and then you could download all sorts of data from the network. And a lot of times that wasn't being monitored. And so I built this website. When I got really into it, I started playing with some of these tools. I started actually creating my own, modifying them, sort of having a lot of fun with it, doing different things, messing with my friends, sending them flash drives, and putting weird things on their screens. It was fun. But then I was like, I made a website. It was called usbhacks.com, and I started putting these tools up there and explaining, how they work, how administrators can block them. That was the first time the FBI contacted me. They were, what the hell are you doing? You're putting all this malware, you're making it all available. Once I explained my intent, we were pretty cool. And it was actually good to have those connections because I started getting some people reaching out to me that were looking for help with some of these tools. And one in particular was in the Middle East, and it sounded like they actually had physical access to some systems or government systems. And so I forwarded that request off to the FBI, and they say, yeah, thanks, we know who this guy is. We've been watching for him. So see if you can interact with him and talk to him some more. Got a little bit more information from him about what he was trying to do, and then sent it off. So yeah, I guess I'm a little bit of a narc, but when it comes to things like that, I don't want to mess around, right? I always try to stay on the right side of the law. You'll see, especially when I started getting really into some of this technology, it could be misused. It could be used for very malicious things. It could be used for stalking. And so I tried to put a lot of controls in place as much as possible. I was really young and dumb when I was doing some of this stuff, so some of it might be still a little bit irresponsible. And I probably wouldn't be doing this again, today. I don't think I probably could because of permissions and things like that in the operating systems. Because a lot of stuff we were doing was actually taking advantage of vulnerabilities in operating systems and things like that. It took 20 years for Microsoft to finally block auto run on USB. That's just insane. So what I did is I started thinking about how can I turn this into something that's more friendly, right? And not always causing damage and stealing data, but what if I sort of reduce the capabilities to just gather information we would need for theft recovery purposes? I started using a little bit like in kind of a marketing thing, like someone would open it up and we could see when they open a file, we'd then see that they opened it. Little things like that. So it would really just kind of control it. And then I built this little tool that people could download, a little agent you just install on your USB device, and then I offered it for free. And it got onto dig.com, which is like old people's Reddit. And it got on the homepage, and the website got dug to death. It crashed. I had over 20,000 people register. But what I also did in the agent is I actually started gathering information around the device that it was getting executed from. It was sort of a crowdsourcing thing. I was able to see all the different devices that would actually work. So I had old Garmin devices. I had iPads, MP3 players, GPS devices. Yes, back in the day when you had to buy a separate GPS thing and with a suction cup and stick it on your window. Okay. You guys are starting to get an idea how old I am? Right. But it was great. And so then I thought about, what if I turn this into like a company or whatever? Can I do a startup? Because I really kind of enjoyed this sort of work. So we actually started getting some recoveries. The one thing is people would get the name of the person that's logged in. There's a lot of little things here we can identify who it was. So if iPods were getting stolen, like in high schools, we were getting all kinds of hey, thanks, man, you guys got my iPod back. It was great. It was fun. Then I had a really good investigation where it was a professor. He had my agent installed on his flash drive, and he had a dissertation on there, and the flash drive disappeared off of his desk. I had to have a conversation with him about having backups, right? But we were able to get it back for him because first we were just getting connections, and it was an ISP, and that's really difficult if you just have an IP address. You have to go to law enforcement; they have to fill out a bunch of paperwork. And one thing I found is, I know you guys are going to find this hard to believe, but law enforcement can be really lazy, right? They don't like to do paperwork. They don't like really to do work at all. So I have to really get enough evidence and information for them to actually make them do anything with it. But then we started getting connections from a university in North Texas. So I reached out to them, their campus security, and we're figuring this out. And come to find out, a year before that, they'd had a bunch of computers stolen out of that lab, so they put a bunch of security controls in. They had a surveillance camera that was just outside of it. You had to have a student ID card to swipe it, right? You're starting to see how this is going to help my investigation. I had a timestamp of when they were connecting to that computer. We were able to identify the 3 students that were in that lab at that particular time. We had their photos. We had a lot of other information about them. Then we were able to nail it down to the specific computer and the student that was actually logged in. The campus security with the professor went outside one of the students' classes, waiting for him when he came out, and he got the flash drive back. So it was, it's a small little thing, but it was this is where I was actually starting to, connect the dots of these different tools and different pieces of data that a lot of times, you wouldn't know it's available until you start asking, right? If I didn't go talk to campus security, there was no way I would have known that they had access to this data. And then the campus security guard, he was all for it. He was loving this too. He felt like he was on CSI. It was a lot of fun. And then I got a lot of attention in the media, and then I got reached out to by this company called FLIR. They make these high-end thermal imaging cameras. They cost anywhere from $3,000 to $300,000. And they found that my agent worked with their technology, with their cameras, so they wanted to offer it for theft recovery. They also had situations where These cameras are, there's sanctions around them, I guess, whatever, but you can't sell these to certain countries because they can be used for nuclear purposes. And they had a situation where some of these cameras were ending up in places they shouldn't. And so they wanted to maybe figure out who the distributor was, and they were able to tie IDs to that. So this was it was pretty awesome. This is where I was actually able to quit my day job and start doing this full time. It was a 6-figure deal. Not enough to, to retire, but it was enough to let me start a business and start focusing on this a little bit more. And the one challenge that we had with this, though, was they installed the agent on an SD card, so they didn't have internal memory. So if someone stole it and then they would take it out, put a new SD card in, the agent it's no longer there. So I worked with their software developers, and I'm like, what if we put this in the firmware, and then you guys check to see if the SD card's there. If it's not, you rewrite the agent to it, right? So you can kind of see how I'm taking advantage of a lot of the things that cyber criminals were doing, and using it for hopefully good purposes. And they couldn't tell me that specific cases, but they said that it did help them recover several stolen devices. And they did identify one distributor when I did see that we were getting connections from a place in the Middle East. And they were able to trace that back because we had the distributor ID in the query string that was getting sent, so they knew who was actually selling those devices. So another thing, it's like you start connecting these dots, you dig a little bit deeper into things, and all of a sudden, new crimes get unveiled. So the USB devices were cool and all. Now I had a little bit of money, a little bit of time, so let's look at what I can do maybe with laptops. Like, this is more interesting. At this time, the first iPhone came out, and I was really impressed. Like, it doesn't have a GPS chip, and it can get like positioning from Wi-Fi networks. This is amazing. And I started digging into how I can do that, and like reached out to Skyhook Wireless, which was providing this technology. And so I worked with it, and I was able to get this working on a Mac. So the first product, I think we called a Mac Track. The idea here is that if someone steals your computer, you log into our website, activate tracking, and then every 30 minutes, it'll capture a photo of the person in front of it. It'll get location from Wi-Fi networks, also gathered a bunch of network information, Wi-Fi, whatever I could get, and then we would send that to you. At the time, I didn't want to have to set up a server and have to administer it. You can kind of imagine sort of the privacy implications of this. So I just integrated with Flickr because I had an API. So I don't have to deal with the images and if they get hacked or whatever at that time. So you just signed up for Flickr. You put your Flickr credentials in with a key, and then when you activate tracking, that goes to your Flickr account. And it worked. The first recovery, we had a customer that had it installed on an iMac. His partner was broken into. A bunch of camera stuff was stolen as well. And we started getting this location. And I had to work with the New York police. And the police officer was used to the old way of old technology for recovering stolen devices from Absolute Software. They had like LoJack for laptops. I think they got the name or whatever. But it was really intrusive because it basically provided a backdoor into the computer. And they hired like ex-law enforcement folks, and they're the ones that were working on the investigations. And so there was just, I found it was really sort of invasion of privacy and potentially a vulnerability, so I didn't like their approach. It's also a lot of paperwork that has to fill out because they're relying primarily on IP address. And so you have to, again, the police have to fill out a lot of paperwork. And this detective or police officer in this case, he didn't want to do that either. He was really mad. When he calls me, he's like, oh, God, now I have to do all this work. And I'm like, no, this is different. Like, this gets you within 20 meters of where that laptop really is. Like, it's not just an IP address. You don't really need to do all that paperwork. Just print the photo of this guy out, go to the location, ask around. And he's like, yeah, don't tell me how to do my job. I was like, okay, but he did it. And then they found out it was this guy. He owned a tattoo shop, and this is the back office. And so what he was actually doing was fencing stolen property. So not only did we recover the laptop for the customer and their cameras, we also found like 4 other laptops. We found, you can see in the background, there's a bunch of musical gear and things like that. So he had quite a business going on back here with fencing stolen property. And now that detective, then he wanted to be my best friend because he got a bunch of pats on the back or whatever. He wanted to go to a baseball game, so it's kind of cool. And then we had some more. There was a group of that was targeting schools in Portland, and I work with the Portland School District. I'm like, let's have some fun here. What happened was they would get a bunch of laptops stolen, and then they replace them, and then 2 weeks later they get stolen again. These guys are really brazen. I think there was actually someone on the inside that was helping them with when to do it, and So we put out some bait laptops with my software on it. We didn't even put them in the locked cabinets. And then sure enough, within a few weeks, those were stolen. So then we started getting connections in Vancouver, which is across from Portland. And so we got the location. I provided this to the police, and they went. And the detective working on the case, he knocks on this door, and the person that opened it was a guy that works on his roof. So he knew him, and then he got all mad at me, like, you're wasting my time. And then I said, I told you it's within 20 to 30 meters, and then he's like, whatever, and like, they weren't going to do anything. So again, I am very persistent. I drove out there, and I had my Alpha Wi-Fi antenna sticking out of my car across the street. I'm trying to verify that the information that we collected was right, and it was. And one thing with this was that the Wi-Fi network, it was like something about Russian pride. And then I looked over, and it's next to the house that the guy, the roofing guy was. It's like a duplex, and then right next to it is this other house, and there's a car, and there's a girl washing the car, and the bumper sticker has this big Russian flag pride thing on it. And then I'm sitting there, and then the guy, actually the photo here, he walks out, and I'm like, that's him. And then they're like looking at me, so I'm looking like I'm like an idiot on my laptop, like I'm looking for directions or something. But then I called the detective, and then they came out, and then they had like a couple of them that came with them, and they dug into it. And then they ended up unveiling this was another organized crime group, a Russian group. They had about, there's 6 or 7 people that ended up getting arrested. They even recovered a stolen car, I think, in this case. And then even said, like, that guy, that's kind of his first offense, but, the guy across the street from him, who is his friend, who also is helping with him, and he's really bad news. Oh, you mean the guy that my car was parked right in front of his house? Thanks, guys. Yeah, he had just gotten out of jail for, like, manslaughter or something like that, so, yeah, great times. And then we had another one. There was a relationship between a group that was in Portland and Missouri. There's these sort of these syndicates, I guess you could say. And what happened was we had one laptop stolen, and then I wasn't getting any connections for several weeks. I'm like, great. They probably ripped or reformatted the hard drive, ripped it out, or something like that, or sold it for parts. But then we started getting connections from this fellow named Victor. And Victor was really great. He helped me out a lot because he changed the username to his full name. That was really awesome. But this is where I started getting more into the OSINT side, because this was just a really interesting case. I kept seeing all these connections. Like, I saw him doing some weird stuff in a hotel room. There was all these other things that he was doing. And then I dug into him, and he was like a power seller on eBay selling car parts. So you can kind of get an idea of what his job was, right? Stealing stolen stuff, or selling stolen property. He was really into cars and Scion, so I found that he was like on these forums. And that was really helpful too, because he posted a photo of his car with his license plate. That was great. So I had all this information, and this was great because the district attorney in that case, we had so much evidence to them. They said, even if he doesn't have the laptop, we'll get him for possession of stolen property. So what happened was they got it back. He actually sold the laptop and a stolen bike to his friend Omar. That's there when he got it. But we were able to get it back. And so what happened was it was his father that was involved in this. His father was like, this group of people, they would get like U-Haul vans of full stolen property. They would then drive it to Missouri or somewhere halfway, and then they would exchange stolen property, because the first thing you do when your laptop or whatever gets stolen is you're going to look on your local Craigslist. So this is how they were trying to get around that. And it was his father, and his father gave them the stolen laptop for his birthday. So that's really nice. Thanks for the criminal record, Dad. Then we had a bunch more. There was a really interesting one, too, we had in Brazil. There was a carjacking. There was a veterinary student. You can see him here. He was with his friend, and they're in the car, and these guys held him at gunpoint, like pulled him out, like beat the crap out of his friend, the driver, like really bad. And then they took off in the car. And then we started getting pings. We started identifying who they were. The Brazil police like this a lot. Usually they wouldn't do a lot with this, but there was a number of, there was like 6 or 7 cases with this one that they were doing this to. So this is great too, is like, not only did we recover a laptop, but we also were able to find a violent criminal and bring them to justice as well. So you never know what you're going to get. And then I started getting more into mobile, but I found with mobile is that people don't really care too much about the value of the device like you would a laptop. What they cared about was the data. And so I built sort of a mechanism too, so you could, it would save your contacts and your images and things like that. And it would do it in a way that, like, even if I go into this server, I can't access your photos. You would set an encryption key on the app. I would encrypt the data in blobs, and then it would upload it to the server. Again, because I don't want the liability if someone hacks into the network or my server, and then all of my customers' images are compromised. Or also if police come to me and they say, hey, we need all this person's contacts or whatever, I'm like, okay, here's this encrypted blob. You have to go talk to the customer to get the key, right? So I like that approach. So we actually ended up having a really interesting recovery. So there's a video, and hopefully the audio works, but you guys don't have to hear my voice for a minute.
That's helping track them down. News Channel 8's Ed Teachout spent the
You're okay?
past 2 days with police and investigators on the trail of swiped cell phones. He's live outside the Washington Square Mall where the theft took place. Ed.
Well, the managers of the Sprint store here at the Washington Square Mall behind me say they're very confident that tracking software developed only miles away from here and put onto their demo phones will lead to an arrest.
This is a $500 phone. This ends up being a $450 phone.
2 empty display cradles are all that remains after someone stole 2 demo cell phones from the Sprint store at Washington Square Mall on Saturday. Moments after surveillance video caught the theft on tape, employees initiated tracking software installed on the stolen phones.
We were able to not only find the GPS location of the individuals that took them, but also we've been able to monitor any activity that happens in the phone.
That activity turned out to be pictures someone took shortly after the phones were stolen. Tigard police admit it's a brave new world when pictures taken on cell phones can be told to send back pictures once they're stolen.
And that has not only piqued the interest of our investigators, but in essence appears at this point could be very credible information for us to follow up on.
The Portland creator of the software tracking the theft says police are on the right track.
If they're not the thieves, they definitely know who stole it.
And if you look over the head of this man, you'll see in the window an Oregon temporary permit. Philip, this is Ed. With the help of a gadget track investigator on the phone, we tracked the stolen phone signal to this Vancouver apartment complex. There we found the exact temporary permit and a young woman who told us off camera a man she called Peter had sent this photo to her Saturday evening, but says she knew nothing about the phones.
Hi, my name is Ed.
We tracked the second cell phone signal to this duplex about 8 blocks away. You don't have a Samsung Epic phone in this location?
No. Police were here yesterday looking for it.
We're back live now outside the Washington Square Mall where we've just obtained within the hour those DMV records on that temporary permit. Tigard police say they hope the men in the pictures will contact them soon so they can explain how their faces ended up on a stolen cell phone. Back to you.
That's helping track them down. News Channel 8's Ed Teachout spent the past 2
Yeah, so I had a deal with a bunch of Sprint stores, so they actually had the tracking software installed on a bunch of laptops or mobile devices. That's how I was able to get that. That startup, it ended up failing. I got to a point where I got totally burned out. I did get some funding and things, and I kind of learned I'm a better investigator and cybersecurity person than I am a startup founder. Not really my thing. But one thing too, with these the software is that you install that consciously. You install it on devices you own. You can actually see it in the phone itself. So if someone installed this phone or the app on someone's phone to stalk them or whatever, it would be present there, and they would be able to see that who installed it. What really ticks me off is this sort of commercial spyware. You've heard of the NSO group, and what they're doing is, leveraging zero-day exploits to target individuals. Originally it was supposed to be, just criminals, but what happened was they didn't have a lot of control over who was actually deploying this, and so they were selling it to authoritarian states. Journalists were targeted, dissidents were targeted. You probably remember the whole Khashoggi incident. Some of the people that were around him that were found to actually have Pegasus spyware installed on their devices. So So this kind of thing, I have a real issue with NSO Group and a lot of the commercial spyware stuff that's happening. I'm glad that Apple's suing them as well as Facebook. So hopefully we can see more of that just to kind of tighten this up a bit. But one thing with this investigation too I had was the phones, some of those phones, the GPS coordinates weren't very accurate when we're getting it when we're doing the API polls. So what we actually got better information from was the photos they were taking. Those had better GPS coordinates. And that's when I started digging more into EXIF data. So I even built a tool that you could upload a photo and then it would look for like GPS coordinates. I also found that all the high-end cameras, most of the high-end cameras embed the make, model, and serial number of the camera into the image itself. There just really wasn't a way to search for it. And I was like, if there's a way I could build a database around that, you could type in the serial number of your camera, and then we can show you all of the photos that were taken, we can find online that were taken by that. We could possibly identify stolen cameras, right? So that was another tool that I built. What I did was I was able to mine all Flickr. I had a script that was doing it. But there was like over 4 billion images in Flickr, and I was kind of going through each one, and it downloads the image, extracts the EXIF data, and then puts it into a database. There was no way I was going to be able to do that. It'd probably take me years to accomplish. At that time, I had a friend that had a startup, and they were doing sort of like a SETI at home kind of thing, where you could sell your computer's idle time. So they were sold this. They were doing it with a bunch of universities, so they would get money back, for their idle time. So I had access to like over 500 computers. So I just set this up. I distributed this script out to these 500 computers, and then they all mined Flickr. We also mined other photo sharing sites like 500, Panoromeo, TwitPic. One thing with Twitter I found is that they would scrub EXIF data from images you upload, but I was finding all kinds of interesting things in profile photos, even GPS coordinates. So you could go in and even you have this tiny little thumbnail, there's like GPS coordinates and a bunch of other valuable information. So I also stored that. So you would do a search and then you would be able to find the camera. And it actually worked. This is John Heller. He was on assignment for Getty Images at the Egyptian Theater. He had like, I think it's $9,000 worth of equipment or something like that. Yeah, $9K. And he turned around to talk to someone, and he turned back, and his camera bag was gone. And so he heard about the service because I kind of put it out there. It was on The Economist magazine or something. And he did a search. This is a year after his camera was stolen for his camera. Put the serial number in, and he got a hit. We then saw that was mapped to Flickr, and then he saw the username, and he was able to see that that's also another professional photographer, and he found his Facebook profile, and then that photographer took photo of his camera gear at one point in a hotel room, and he goes, "That's my camera." He contacted the LAPD, and they were able to get that back. They backtracked this whole thing. What happened was, the guy stole it. He sold it on Craigslist, theft list. So I'm going to start calling it. And then that person sold it on eBay, and then that's how they were able to get it back. So they kind of went back. The guy got his money back from the eBay seller. The police went to the address that he picked this camera up before. It was an apartment. This is a year later, and they go in there and they find all sorts of stolen property, and they were able to bust these guys. So it's just interesting to me is just that little piece. No one thought about creating a search engine, but a little piece of data, the serial number of a camera, a year later actually allows us to go back and solve crimes that occurred a year later, or a year before. I had a number of these cases. There was another one where a guy had a camera stolen. This guy brought him out to his garage to show it to him. The guy punched him in the face, grabbed the camera, took off. His friend was waiting in the car. And this was really interesting. I found there was this guy, he advertised himself as a professional photographer for models and a DJ. And I was looking at all of his images, and he had new high-end cameras every 30 days. It was all these different ones. And I started digging more into him and what photos he was posting. And so one thing I don't recommend is taking photos of yourself speeding over 100 miles an hour on the freeway while smoking weed, and then uploading that to a public repository. We had GPS coordinates, timestamps, all that stuff. I was able to get this information to law enforcement. Oh yeah, he also had an unlicensed firearm. He had a criminal record as well, so he shouldn't have been in possession with that. So again, if you're a felon and you're not allowed to have guns, don't take a photo of yourself with a gun to your head. But the police wouldn't help me with this one. This is a case where they just didn't want to get involved. Again, sometimes, most of the times, law enforcement's pretty lazy. I was reached out to by a group, the Child Exploitation Unit of ICE. These folks do a really amazing stuff. At that time, they were doing this project where they would have people take photos of hotel rooms that they're at, because they would, different cities, like a Holiday Inn, they would use particular bedspread or pattern on the curtains, right? So the idea is if someone took a photo, they can identify where that is, because a lot of times what happens is these sick people will take photos of a kid that they're about to do something to, and then they post it on these forums, and so that gives them an opportunity to catch them and maybe identify where they're at before they hurt these children. And so they reached out to me, and I said, heck yeah, you guys, here's an API, free. Just, yes, get these assholes, go for it. They can't tell me if it was used for anything, just kind of the nature of it, but they said it was really helpful in some of their investigations. So I thought that was kind of cool. After I presented at DEF CON, I was approached by some producers. They have a show called Crime Watch Daily. And so they wanted to do a setup. They were hearing a lot about smart homes. And one of the producers just got this really fancy smart house. And they gave us a challenge. We want you to hack the smart home. What we're going to do is we're going to give you 24 hours. And you're going to hack the smart home. And then we're going to have a party that night. And then we want you to mess with the guests. And I was like, and I'm going to get paid for this? So here's what we did.
Vicki Johnson's new beachfront house is not only spectacular, it's smart. She can control most everything from her phone or tablet.
It's pretty smart. The drapes go up and down automatically. We can close doors. We can flush toilets. We can turn lights on and off. We can turn the air conditioning on and off. TVs, music. It's a brilliant house. We were told it was hack-proof.
We'll see about that.
They think they're coming to take a tour of a smart house.
But what we're really doing is hacking her house during the party and potentially the devices of every guest who walks through the front door. Helping me are two cybersecurity experts, Craig Young and Ken Weston.
So first we need to break into the Wi-Fi.
Vicki has 28 devices connected to the home's wireless internet. Once they were into the Wi-Fi system, our hackers were quickly able to commandeer the home's cameras.
These are the security cameras to the house that you've hacked into.
Exactly. Here we actually can see this is actually our car out here. This is the front door. If you don't secure them properly, then they become insecurity cameras.
First, we turn off the lights. Then, with control of the security cameras, we divert the video signal and play it on the TV in the living room. With everyone's attention on the TV, the hackers talk to the guests.
We have taken control of this house, the lights, the security cameras.
Now a special message from me in the car is piped in. I'm Anna Garcia from Crime Watch Daily, and this house has just been hacked.
It was free or cheap for the people that are actually implementing the installation, but that poses a lot of security risks, as you can imagine.
Vicki Johnson's new beachfront house is not...
Yeah, so the funny thing with that is that we were able to get in. We used a cloud cracking service for the Wi-Fi, and then we get this it was a number, and I'm like, that looks like a phone number. And so I Googled the phone number, and it was the owner of the house. He's a real estate agent, a pretty heavy hitter, and he has a cell phone number right there on his website. I could have saved $200 if I just done a little bit of OSINT, right? Yeah, the interesting thing was, so once we got in, we then used a Wi-Fi pineapple, and then got all these devices to connect to it, and then it was just simple because everything was set to the default password. So all we had to look at was from the MAC address, we could identify the manufacturer, and so that's how I was able to get into the camera. I even, they had a thing that actually connected to a toilet. It was a cleaning mechanism, so you can set, like when you have a party, it'll automatically clean it. And so I found a way to do that, so I kept flushing the toilet too. They didn't show that. Also, when people walked in, there was a security camera. I was actually capturing photos of every person that came in. So then I could have created a profile of each of those individuals as well. They didn't show all that, but yeah, this was kind of fun. Stunt hacking, but. And I was doing another investigation I was helping with, and I ended up kind of stumbling onto this thing where I actually found a bunch of emails were being indexed by Google. And basically what happened was Telmex acquired this Prodigy or whatever, and they had a misconfiguration. And so basically I had access to pretty much all of their emails. I could go in and see all of them. I did responsible disclosure, told Google, reached out to Telmex to tell them about this. It got featured in El Economista magazine. It was going to be in the a big national newspaper story as well, but I'm not sure if you guys know who Carlos Slim is. He's really a rich dude, really powerful. He heard about this and he was able to put the kibosh on that. Yeah, I was a little nervous about going to Mexico for a little while. I also did a bunch of research. I was really interested when I was working at Tripwire, digging into like stolen credit cards and that market. So I started experimenting, getting into some of the underground forums, and I found that there was some interesting forums around insider trading. So looking for insider information. So this is sort of a new way for hackers to make money. If I'm able to get information about like earnings reports, a patent, or anything like that before everyone else, and then I can make trades based on that information, you can make a lot of money. And there was a group that did. There was a guy. He was actually the VP of Morgan Stanley at one point, and then he became a minister. And I found that it's DOJ, they did this whole thing and they unveiled it because the hackers, they were logging into like PR firm servers. They were able to get news press releases. In the first one, there was no logging in the SIM in their website, so there was no evidence of this. They were able to figure this out after they got caught. What ended up them getting busted is one of the hackers that were involved in this. He was involved in stolen credit cards and things like that, and the police went in to bust him, and they recovered the stolen laptop. And the problem is they had PowerPoint presentations around how to use this system with videos and all this stuff for these traders. There was a group of traders, it was the Dubois group, I think was they're called, and they had all these different accounts. They even had a bunch of shell accounts, the companies and things like that. They made over $30 million doing this. And I thought, I did this presentation because I go, this is going to be more and more, this is becoming much more lucrative. And then recently there was an FSB agent that was found that he was making these types of trades similarly, and him and his group made over $80 million. So you think about all those, when a ransomware thing occurs, when you have data exfiltration, right? Just consider that data to be compromised, and that's where they were getting some of this data. They're actually selling that stuff on the black market, or they're setting up systems themselves to do it. So how they got caught, again, like stupid things like that, but they also, sometimes they forgot to log into their VPN and their real IP got unveiled. PR firm too, they had an IP address that mapped to, these guys even set up trading accounts for these guys, and that's how they were paying them. And then the IPs matched, and that's another piece of evidence that allowed them to get busted. So, I mean, kind of in summary, too, it's just, I want to kind of talk about the hierarchy of data bleed. A lot of the things I was able to do, particularly on OSINT, there's a lot of information that's out there that's available. And I don't think it's really not technical. I mean, there's technical tools and things like that, but I think there's a creative element to things when you're doing these types of investigations. And I don't think creativity is something we talk enough about in our world. It's always everything's, oh, you're a techie, and things like that. But we're very creative. I find that everyone in cybersecurity, that we don't just do techie things. We are creators, and we have a different way of approaching things. And I think that's why I think we're a lot of people who are neurodivergent, such as myself. We thrive in this environment, not only because we can think differently and we can solve these types of really hard problems, but I think we also have a really good community. We all hang out together. I think now I go to DEF CON, I don't even go to sessions anymore. I just hang in a circle bar and drink. I think that's one of the best things. So I think that's one thing I really appreciate about the community is our community. I'll be here for another couple days. I'll be here today too for the session. So I think I have some time here for some questions. We have about 15 minutes. So if anyone has any questions, yeah. I used Delete Me recently, and I was really impressed with how well it did. I still had to do some of it myself, yeah, you kind of give them power of attorney, and then they go out there. It kind of sucks. You have to have a subscription to have your data removed from the internet. I wish we had more policies like in Europe and things like that, right, to be forgotten and all that stuff. But I think they work okay. I wouldn't like rely on it 100%, but as long as you can make it a little bit more difficult. Just some of the stuff I've been helping with, some other OSINT things I've been helping with, unveil people around like the spyware, like disinformation, things like that. Being able to apply some of my OSINT skills. Again, then I have a group of people now who are helping me do that. But that's why I might become a target. So that's why I started taking my own personal security. I was pretty lazy about it before, and it's not until you start doing try to dox yourself, you realize like, oh my God, I still have this account. This is like 10 years old. I got to delete this. Yeah. Yeah.
Oddly enough, and I'm probably mispronouncing the name, right next door, Yale Brower has a huge list of data brokers that you can unsubscribe to.
Awesome.
So if you go look her up on Mastodon,
Awesome.
she publishes the list like every month.
That's awesome. Great. Thank you. Yeah.
So as far as like gadget track goes, what if I had a Faraday?
Oh, yeah. So for gadget track, if you had a Faraday cage, yeah, it wouldn't work. Yeah, I mean the stuff I was doing was more like it was kind of fun. It was like consumer. It's a lot of times you just kind of get lucky, right? A lot of this stuff, but it wasn't really used by government. There was a situation where I did have some government agency come to me and they wanted to utilize this technology. Kind of scared me because they can actually black box your company and take your technology and you can't sell it, things like that. And the ways that they wanted to use it, I had some ethical issues with it. Again, tracking people that aren't aware of it, things like that. So I had a little bit of issues with that. So I tried to put up some barriers. Oh, it's not going to work for that, things like that. But yeah, there's all sorts of ways you can get around some of this technology, right? Faraday cages, rip the hard drives out, things like that, or don't steal them at all. Yeah. Yeah, for those phones. Well, I think it still comes from the GPS, but it was like when I make a request for the GPS coordinates, that was different. I think it's when you take the photo, I think it actually gave the location service a little bit more time to get the location. So we were getting GPS coordinates, but it was like kind of like in a weird, it was all over the place. But I think when they took the photo, then it does a better job of, okay, let's get the real location, and then it would embed that in the image itself. Good question. Yeah. In the EXIF, yeah. Yeah, the question was, does it embed the data in the image itself, or is it the EXIF data? It's all EXIF data. Yeah. Yeah.
When you have those evidence packages, what were some of the best or most successful techniques you had to get law enforcement to action on?
I kind of became, I do a lot of PR stuff now, so that's one thing I found is that when I was having difficulty with the phone service, getting law enforcement pay attention, the Tiger Police, but when I got KGW involved and they had a story on it, like now all of a sudden you have the public's eye on a particular case, that seems to get them a little bit more motivated. Yeah.
When you're doing the hack the house thing, how much prep work did you guys have before?
It was about 12 hours. They said they were going to give us 24 hours, but it was about 12 hours. But it wasn't that hard. I mean, the first thing, once we got into the Wi-Fi network, we cracked that like that. Then everything just was easy. It was easier than we thought. Like if they changed the passwords or something like that, then it would have been harder. We probably wouldn't get into all the systems. But whoever did the implementation was incredibly lazy with it. Like I even found like some of the services were routing through China and things like that. Like, do you guys realize your surveillance camera footage is actually being wired through China and then back here? Like they were kind of shocked by that. It was like about a day, and then after that we got invited to the party, so we got to drink with. They had some really nice wine, and we got. One thing we did too, we got invited. Like the homeowner brought us into his home theater because when we did the audio stuff, we screwed up their whole audio system, so we had to fix all that, and we had to make sure they were secure before we left. Yeah. Yeah.
So like going back 2 questions ago, when you're tracking, a piece of, consumer product or whatever, changing hands multiple times, how do you get the law enforcement that specific serial number actually belongs to?
Yeah, that's why we hand the information to, like, I try not to get involved directly in investigations or anything like that, but you give as much information to law enforcement as possible. One of the guys that was, that had bought the stolen camera, he had to hire a lawyer because they were going to go after him first. But they did see that the serial numbers matched and they had a record of it. And so, yeah, he wasn't too happy about that. He was also out the money for the camera and things like that. But yeah, when it came to that, I would always say law enforcement. Like, I've had situations too recently where people come to me, they think they're being stalked and things like that, and they'll have conversations with them. And some of them I start to realize, like, this might be a mental health issue. This is not something I can really help with. I have to find ways of getting out of that situation. I'll even say, like, if you really think this is the case, you really should talk to law enforcement or FBI. This is beyond, like, my capabilities. And then sometimes people will even ask me, can you hack a Twitter account and things like that? And I'm like, yeah, sure, but can you go rob a bank for me first? And then we'll talk, right? Yeah, because we had our software installed on it, so we have IDs and things like that. So if we have they're going to keep doing it again, and that's usually how they end up getting caught. So you usually are waiting for them to do something stupid or make a mistake, and usually they do. Cool. Well, I'll be around all day, so if you guys have any questions, I'll be here. But thanks so much for having me.
and I also volunteer with TSU and ACTRA.
Mike Manrod, lead the security team for Grand Canyon Education, and then also teach for GCU, and also volunteer with TSU and ACTRA. So what we really hope you walk away with here, we're going to look at just some new insights we had. It all started, the story started with a campaign in the wild, an ACTRA submission, and Ezra doing some reversing of those samples, and he did some really impressive work. And he pinged me on either Discord or Zoom or something. It was like, dude, have you heard of this AutoIt thing? I'm like, no, I haven't. It kind of sounds like maybe I've heard it mentioned years ago, but I couldn't really put my finger on it. And the more we looked at it, the more we came to realize that the capability set that AutoIt renders are like concerning, alarming, and from a red team perspective offers quite a bit of potential. So we really looked at how to explore these capabilities, again, building on the foundation of some awesome reversing Ezra did. One of the insights was obviously that it was Darkgate malware. And from that, we began to expand into the topic of, what could we expect to be next with this? Like, where will that development go?
So just a bit about the history of it. So as he was saying, this kind of started with an actual campaign that we were submitted a sample to analyze. The original sample came from a compromised website. It was really evasive at the time. This was back in September 2023, so that was before there was really too much like broadcasted information and analysis on it. There were a few places that picked it up, but a bunch of the major companies you'd expect hadn't really seen it yet. Like you were saying, after the initial analysis, we figured out it was Darkgate eventually. And typically, within ACTRA, TSU, when we analyze something, it's kind of just writing a report, letting everyone know about it. This sort of developed into like, hey, where's this going? Like, what's going to start happening next? So that's the majority of what this is how AutoIt plays into what we think is coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. So Darkgate arrived on the scene in 2017, and we'll look at a timeline here in a bit. But the adversary that we now know as Rastafari was behind AutoIt, or behind leveraging AutoIt to deliver Darkgate and Darkgate in general. But we really started to see this emerge as a trend, as Ezra mentioned, within the past year. So it's really been like 2023 that there's been a lot of promotion and buzz around the malware as a service offering of Darkgate. And again, the AutoIt piece really stood out as something that really got us thinking.
And one thing, I'm sure you've heard this mentioned at a lot of talks, we stand on the shoulders of giants. We weren't the first on the scene when it comes to Darkgate specifically. The very first analysis I found that was actually reverse engineering the entire chain was by OX or Oxtoxin, not sure which one he goes by. So huge shout out to him. His initial analysis is what allowed us to perform what we did. He was one of the first people that really tore it apart. Same with Deutsche Telekom. They're a company that was also doing an analysis way back in September or July of last year. And these two people specifically provided a lot more resources for analysis and investigation. Obviously, as a side note, there's a ton of other companies that we've been able to use what they've provided to figure all this out, but just wanted to give a shout out to those two specifically. AutoIt, so maybe you have heard of it, maybe you haven't, probably not. It's supposed to be an automation and scripting platform for Windows specifically. It's Windows only. And it's used for that in some companies, but what it's really good at is delivering malware. So shellcode and malware droppers that are extremely evasive, one, because of how little known as how small like AutoIt is as a company. It's also closed source, and they don't like it when you reverse engineer their stuff. It's stated specifically on their website. If you ask how to reverse engineer it on their forums, they'll ban you. So while at first when we were discovering all this, we kind of thought it was new, kind of novel, and we'll get into the timeline later. This actually goes back to 2008. It has been around since then, and it has barely changed since then.
Yeah, so it was really funny, again, we thought it was novel, but when we started looking, AutoIt actually came out in '99, and then AutoIt version 2 the robust version that basically we know today was a year after release, around 2000. 2007 was actually the first mention of the malicious use of AutoIt on a forum. That's the furthest back we could find. McAfee wrote a great blog post in 2012 that I think nobody read, and the funniest part is McAfee didn't attribute the actual researcher. It just says McAfee, so couldn't even figure out who to reach out to on that, but it was really a good warning very, very early on compared to the rest. 2016, it wasn't talked about much, but Locky, Loadorat, and several other malware variants were using AutoIt as a loader as far back as like 2016, 2017. 2018, Darkgate arrived on the scene, but we didn't know it at the time, right? There's no reference to it as Darkgate, but clearly it was there. And then lastly, 2023, attribution to Rastafari offered as malware as a service, and then that arrow pointing to the future of lots of cycles of innovation, and we think there's going to be a lot more product development on this. Oh yeah, there we go. So AutoIt, the product seems pretty sketch, but it has legit uses. And in fact, shout out to Christian Talon and several others who contributed to our research along the way too. Christian actually pointed out that some malware sandboxing products use AutoIt for the orchestration within the products. So it's even used within security tools. Of course, we panicked as we were analyzing this, blocked it everywhere, did the usual stuff, and then realized, heck, there's more legit use that people don't talk about, but it's out there. So basically, one thing that's really significant about the fact that this is a legit product, as sketch and dodgy as it might seem, is it has a valid certificate. So antivirus vendors are going to tend to trust it or trust what's run by it because it has that valid certificate, making it more evasive.
So getting into the analysis of it, back in the very beginning, this, as we were saying, this is the first mention of this use case I could find. This is on the official AutoIt forums. For all of the screenshots I'm showing in this, all of the users are going to be blanked out just because I don't want to show any of that information. So this was posted August 2007. This is a user explaining like, hey, I found a way to execute memory that's not supposed to be executable using things that are completely unrelated to what they're doing. So this is just to show like in 2007, this user figured out the very beginning, and this is still how Darkgate does it. Like it's the same method. It has not changed beyond like a couple different variables in it. And I'll get deeper into how this actually works later. This is just for a little historical context. So fast forward all the way to June of last year, and we'll go over everything in between. But fast forwarding all the way up to June last year, this is when Rastafari first started posting the sale of this malware as a service on a forum called XSS, which is a Russian forum. So this is the first post he made advertising it. Gist of this is like, hey, I've been working on this project since early 2017. I've developed thousands of hours into it. It's super cool, and I'll let you use it for 10K a month. Or maybe it was 15K, something like that. This is some of the features that it advertises. I'm not going to go through all of these. This isn't really the focus, but just to give you an idea, it's pretty much anything you could ever want as a malware operator. Once it's on the host, and if it gets on it undetected, you can do pretty much whatever you want with it. The big point that we're trying to get across when it comes to Darkgate as a whole is the rapid evolution and the future that's coming with it. So this is just like a really small look at how it's changed just since last June. So the initial lures, it depended on the specific payload and who's using it. The one that I saw was just malvertising. Since then, they've done search engine poisoning, and then up recently, as this January, they've started using Microsoft Teams. So it's basic social engineering. They'll send you a link on Microsoft Teams. You'll click it. It'll download the dropper, go through the rest, and we'll go through the chain. The dropper itself has also changed a lot. Originally, it was just a VBS file or an MSI. Then they switched to zip files that had LNK files in them, and right now they're using MSI side loading, and we'll go through that as well. The loader is the interesting part. So that's been AutoIt the whole time since the inception. So originally, it has changed a little bit. Originally, AutoIt was used to just drop a PE file and execute it. Then they switched to using a shellcode approach, and that's what they're currently using now. And what we'll be talking about a lot is what we think they're going to start doing next. And the payload itself, again, I'm not going to go through all the things it does. The only thing that's really changed about it is its EDR bypasses and then new utilities that people have requested. So this is what the initial infection chain looks like. So this is for the campaign that I analyzed way back last September. It was pretty simple compared to what's going on now, but essentially it starts with whatever malicious site, so it could be an impersonation or any of the ones I was talking about. That'll download a VBS file. That VBS file will then copy curl, so it'll copy the actual binary, rename it, and then use curl to download the Autoit interpreter and both an Autoit script. Once both those are downloaded, the VBS file will then execute the Autoit interpreter with that script as a parameter. Once the script is executed, that will inject shellcode, which then decodes and executes the Darkgate payload. So keep that image in your head for just a moment. The current chain looks like this. So this is what it looked like up until 2 weeks ago. This specific sample and research was done by Splunk. So if you want to see where this chain comes from, just Google Splunk Darkgate. It'll be the first thing that pops up, unless it's been poisoned. So I'll go over how this works, and then I'll go over the considerations. So way more complicated than previously. All starts off with a PDF file that downloads a CAB archive. That archive, when open, downloads an MSI. And then from there, everything else is within that MSI. So the MSI has a CAB that unpacks and executes the legitimate binary for WinDebug. So it's the legitimate binary, same hash and everything, and then use a side loading technique to load a malicious DLL that WinDebug would normally be loading. That DLL, when loaded, will access some data that is also within the MSI file. It's just data.bin. Once that has been done, it'll decode the data in there, which drops an executable. That will be executed. Grab some other data from another file in there, data2.bin. Then that will be decoded, which drops the Autoit interpreter, the Autoit script, and then the rest is the same. So what you might notice here is pretty much everything has changed besides this part of it. So instead of grabbing the Autoit interpreter and the Autoit script using curl, they're just using more advanced methods to make sure they can decode this, get it on the system, but the rest is the same. So breaking down how that part actually works, the Autoit interpreter executes the compiled script. So those Autoit scripts are .au3 when they're not compiled. When you compile them, they turn into A3X. For some reason, Darkgate renames them to .au3 even though they are compiled, which is confusing, but that's just how they do it. A function within Autoit named DLL call is used to execute machine code. And then the executed machine code will read and decode a hidden payload that is prepended to the compiled script. So the actual Darkgate payload is within that .au3 script. And then obviously when the payload is decoded, it is executed. That results in the final actual Darkgate payload. And so all of this is occurring within the Autoit.exe memory space, which again is a signed executable, which is awesome. So here's some examples. Those might be hard to read. I have a zoomed in one too. But these are what the actual Autoit scripts looked like decompiled. So the first one is a real sample from Darkgate's campaign. You can see everything's obfuscated. You can't read any of it. It's terrible. And then the bottom one is what it looks like deobfuscated. So that's this. That string up at the top there, that is the actual shellcode. What it's essentially doing is taking that shellcode, finding the length, creating a memory area of the same length as the shellcode, putting it in there, making it executable, and then calling it with that bottom line DLL call user 32. That's where it's actually calling that memory space within the Autoit executable. And that executes the shellcode. So this is what the actual payload and payload decoding looks like. So all of that readable text on the top is the actual Darkgate payload. Everything below it is the compiled Autoit script. So this is what I was saying. It prepends the compiled script with the actual payload. The first 8 characters are a decoder key. So it's just encrypted using an XOR operation. So it takes the hex from the key, takes the hex from the actual payload, compares them. If they match, it's a 0. If they don't, it's a 1. And it does that for the entire payload. And then the other thing I have highlighted, that is the entry point for AutoIt scripts. So it's AU3 exclamation mark EA06M. That's useful because that will be there for any AutoIt compiled file, and you can use that to find them, essentially.
So a few questions began to emerge based upon this analysis. So we can see that Rastafari is constantly evolving the TTPs, but as Ezra pointed out, the one thing that hasn't changed in the delivery of AutoIt at all is or the delivery of Darkgate at all is the AutoIt delivery mechanism. So that kind of got us scratching our head like, hey, what would the next evolution be? So the first thing that's kind of like wickedly interesting if we look at how long AutoIt's been used as a loader in general is the fact that it still works, right? And for Darkgate specifically, as they've changed every piece of their delivery chain except for the AutoIt component, again, that's a pretty profound statement because it means that's the one piece that's still working, the part they haven't needed to change. But there have been a lot of great blog posts about this recently since this analysis started last year. And eventually it'll stop working. So we started thinking, like, how do we skate to where the puck is going? It's clear that Rastafari developed a range of features and is releasing them in increments and batches. So what's next? What happens when it no longer works? What will change? What can we expect? And that led to the question of, does it need to be an AU3 A3X file type? Like, could there be another file extension or file type, and would this still work? And what would that look like?
So I'm sure a lot of you are thinking of the answer of that. So next, instead of telling you, I'm just going to do a live demo. This is going to be on a mouse pad, so I apologize. And yeah, no, I got it. We got it. So I'll show you what we found out, and then I'll explain what's going on. So I'm just going to show you. I have a notepad file here, .text, just says hello CactusCon. Can you guys read that from there? Yeah, it's close enough. We'll zoom in a little. And then over here, I have a very funny GIF. I think it's hilarious. So you can see this still works perfectly, like you can open up in Windows to any user, completely unsuspecting. I'm going to go back over here. What I'm opening up is the AutoIt interpreter. So this is that file I was talking about that's downloaded or decoded to execute, typically encoded AU3 files. I'm going to change to everything, click on that GIF, click open, and it opens PowerShell. So what's going on here is we've just done the same thing that they were doing, but kind of in reverse. We've taken that compiled AU3 file, added it to the end of a GIF file, and it just works. So what's going on right here, this is just a little script we wrote to demonstrate. Obviously, if this was a threat actor doing this, you wouldn't see any of this. But this is just base 64 encoded string that we're going to decode and then run. And if you can see that, it says encryption complete. What's up, CactusCon? I'm going to close this, go back to my notepad, and it's encrypted. So a few notes on this. I can also show you what the actual script looks like when it's decompiled. This is what it looks like, super simple. You'd think this would be really easy to detect, but we did this both with Windows Defender on and another different EDR. Neither one detected it, and that was just launching it as an executable. That wasn't even hiding it within the GIF file. So far, nothing we've tried has really seen that. So I'll go ahead and close this back out, go back here. So kind of a recap for that. The AutoIt interpreter does not care. You can have any data you want either at the beginning or at the end. As long as you don't mess with those entry point characters I talked about, it will not care. It will just execute. So again, those characters, AU3 exclamation mark, EA06, as long as those are present and they're at the beginning and end of the compiled script, it'll just run. This can be used to hide compiled scripts and, consequently, any encoded payloads within any file type or extension. We just did it with GIFs because it was easy to show, like, you can see the visual representation. And yeah, we haven't seen this anywhere in the wild using this method at all, not just Darkgate, but in general. I couldn't find anything online on the forums or anything about it. but they'll probably start using this. That's kind of what we're getting at, is like, they clearly have a release cycle for everything that they're doing. As soon as I'm sure their customers report like, hey, this got detected, I want my money back, they're like, here's a new version, we fixed that. And this is kind of one thing that we see coming up, because I'm sure a lot of you security-minded people are thinking, oh, I'm just gonna block AU3 and A3X in my environment. That's not gonna work. If that's the only thing you're doing, it's still going to go through. Same thing with the AutoIt interpreter. So since it's a signed executable, obviously there's a limited number of hashes related to it, but you can just change the hash of that executable. That's not going to stop it. So we're going to pause on the technical side. We'll get back to that. And then we're going to have a little lesson on OPSEC regarding this as well. So way back in 2009, so this isn't that first post I showed you, it's a different one. Different user as well. They found a different method, it's kind of related, kind of different, about running an exe from memory instead of doing shellcode. That's not really an important part. They were just talking about this on this post. So going forward, this is the same post, but in 2017, November 15th, 2017, keep that in mind. There's a user that we've blurred out all the stuff for, but they posted a binary and that they were trying to inject into AutoIt. So same method Darkgate is using. And they're like, hey, this isn't working, can someone help? And this is just another screenshot of a different post they had that also was relating to using VBS scripts with AutoIt. Interesting. Think I've seen this somewhere before. Just as another note, this is a post from XSS where he was selling this malware just to show he's Russian national. Adding CIS detection, that means Darkgate can't run on any Russian computers, just a side note. And then also, he mentions that he's been developing this project since early 2017. Okay. Going forward, this was in that same post, someone was helping him trying to fix this binary he was running, and he posted this error message, and he was like, hey, it's still not working. And he included this in it. So, it's just interesting, you know? I couldn't find any other instances of anyone speaking Russian on this forum, but just a coincidence so far. I also found another post 3 days later on a Russian cyber hacking forum. So this is a different forum, but it's the same username and profile. So could be related, might not be. What he's asking here is how to embed command line parameters into an exe. Think I've seen that before. So that's just, you know, these are all events that could be correlated, might not be. Obviously can't make any sort of definite attribution with any of this. But if you remember, on the first post, he posted a binary. I decided to recompile it to see what he was posting. It was malware. And this was unrelated to Darkgate, so just a virus that came up in 2017, 2018. No attribution to it. It's just a random virus. But I also decided to analyze it myself within like Ghidra, do a static analysis. And I happened to find this, where they still had their user profile in it. And so that wasn't just like, you know, admin or anything. It was a discernible name that was similar to the profile within the AutoIt forums. So just a little lesson, if you're ever going to make malware, maybe don't post on the internet about it.
So I think one key takeaway, so one, you know, really, really cool, exciting stuff, you know, Ezra, and you know, I mean, I think this makes a use case for the value we can get out of reversing in general, right? And making reversing more mainstream and something that we all do rather than something a few people do in a lab somewhere and we just consume their outputs, right? Like we can all be doing this. But the other thing we have to realize is stopping malware from running on our hosts is not something we can rely upon. I don't think we ever could, but this is an example of where, you know, should you have a good EDR, should you have a good next-gen antivirus, should you do all these things? Absolutely. Can you rely upon them? No, you really can't. Here we go. So what do we do about this? Well, of course, the first thing we actually did, like let's not talk about hypothetically, let's talk about what Ezra and I and our teams did. We ran home and, of course, blocked AU3 and AU3X. we all know from that demo how that turns out, right? It's a good Band-Aid, it's better than nothing, but it's not enough. Of course, if we use an application allow listing, disallow listing solution, something like App Locker or AirLock or similar solutions, some antiviruses have this built in, we could block AutoIt as an application. Sounds good, right? Well, unfortunately, AutoIt can be changed and it still runs, right? So we don't think you can really rely upon that. Also, the compiled executables are really problematic in that one of the fun experiments we did that was pretty evasive and probably shouldn't have been was to take that same encryptor payload that you saw demonstrated super simple and just compile it as an executable in AutoIt. And I pulled that up in IDA and started analyzing it. And then we also did some like hello world, examples that's just a PowerShell and a ping. It's basically undiscernible. You upload both payloads to VirusTotal, 10 or 11 engines pick up equally on both the benign and the malicious. So clearly there's some that have decided, well, AutoIt's bad, we should flag everything AutoIt, but they have no idea until it, maybe sandboxing, maybe dynamic analysis, depending on exactly what your payload does, but they really have no idea at face value an executable compiled with AutoIt that's benign versus malicious. Moreover, an AutoIt compiled executable has the entire Windows API, even if all you have it do is open CMD and ping. It has the entire, think about the implications of that for a moment. The imports in the file are the same if you created a rat in AutoIt as they are if you created a tool to just check network connectivity and log the results to a file, right? So it's, we also did the, thanks to those I experimented on in the malware analysis class, we had like 50 folks, and I see some nods and laughs of recognition. We had 50 folks open this up and take about a half hour to analyze it and try to find if there were any discernible features on the portable executables. I'm like, Ezra and I only have so many hours in the day. We're only 2 people. Let's stick 50 smart people at it and see if anybody can tell the malicious from the benign using static analysis and their choice of IDA or Ghidra. Nobody found anything conclusive. None of us could, right? It looks, now of course you can go through the many, many hours Ezra put into deobfuscating, reversing, decompiling this thing. But again, to do that reliably, you'd have to do that with the benign and the malicious, or you're stuck with dynamic analysis, right? So it's challenging in that the compiled executable is evasive and difficult. The AU3 script can be embedded in things, and the application can be changed. And granted, you'd get rid of the device certificate. Like if you took the AutoIt interpreter, created a weaponized version to evade people allow listing, the good news about that is at least it wouldn't have a valid certificate then, like that part would break. So any Jurassic Park fans here, like the original, yeah, life will find a way, like this is one of my favorite quotes. Malware will find a way. We see here covert delivery mechanisms, obfuscated payloads, defense evasion, and Darkgate is at a price point where these are things that years ago we would associate with a really advanced actor, but this is something anybody can rent, anybody can buy. It could be leveraged by access brokers, it could be leveraged, and other actors, we've seen AutoIt's been used in the past, and other actors besides Darkgate are likely to use AutoIt as well. Next gen antivirus and EDR, it definitely helps. It certainly will help to analyze it after it does something bad. And what's in that script might be detected, but if what's in the script doesn't get detected, if that's new, sneaky, and evasive, it gets a little bit tricky, right? So we can count on new features, we can count on creativity, we can count on evolution, and that's not good for any of us as a defender. So obviously start with the basics, right? The usual stuff, EDR, MFA on all your environments, make sure it's difficult to bypass your MFA due to processes and other things. Email security, Sandbox attachments don't totally block file types you don't really need to allow through. But again, we have to count on that this is going to sneak by that. Like, that's not going to work holistically. Application allow listing, like true allow listing, would work, right? Like, if you do a baseline of your host, you determine every application that's allowed to run, and that's all that will run, that will work. Unfortunately, like, show of hands, how many in the room have done that in an absolute sense in an enterprise environment with, say, anywhere between 10,000 and 100,000 users? Okay, I feel much better because I have it like, I found this to be elusive. So that's like, for those on the stream, there weren't any hands that came up. Maybe somebody was shy and they'll catch me at happy hour, but no hands. So segmentation at all levels, right? Like your edge firewall, C2. Like if we go all the way back to Sunburst, and again, leaning on some great research by Christian Talon that we've all learned from and leveraged. But if you really looked at Sunburst and the SolarWinds, series of breaches that cascaded out of that supply chain attack, anybody who actually just didn't allow their servers to go to arbitrary locations on the internet, Sunburst wouldn't have worked at all, right? Like, and yet it got all of these security firms. It succeeded at getting all of these three-letter agencies and government entities. So we all know what to do, but doing it sometimes is difficult and evasive. But if you tighten up just your network edge controls, it's going to do a lot. Micro segmentation, using products to basically application ring fence, identify what traffic should be there, and then scope that appropriately. And shout out to Cameron and the audience for just a lot of cool groundbreaking research on how to take that kind of thing from pipe dream to reality. Like that, unlike application allow listing, that should be possible for all of us. There's products, it's doable. Network detection and response, or IDS, is huge here. If we have to assume that malware is going to run on our hosts, having a good SOC, having good logging, having good incident response, that's not something you throw over the wall at a vendor like, hey, we went out to bid to 15 vendors, we threw it to the cheapest, and that's our SOC. Like, if that's the case, stuff like this is absolutely going to be successful. But we have to prepare to fail a lot, but to respond to that failure in an effective manner. So SOC, IR, continuous analysis, adaptive controls, and the ability to detect lateral movement is key. Purple teaming is going to be really key. Like, if you're using, I'll give a shout out to like Sliver by Bishop Fox, things like, we know adversaries are using cracked versions of Cobalt Strike, Brute Ratel, and attack chain. So like, let's use these things as defenders, get used to testing with them, see what they look like. Even things like Atomic Red Team Invoke. Start testing what these scenarios look like in our environments and our systems, and get used to detecting and responding. Because again, that initial point of compromise is going to happen all the time for all of us. We're not going to absolutely stop it. And this is just one variant, one use case, one live off the land set of vectors. Effective identity access strategies, privileged access management, hardening our domains helps a lot. We know that if we're going to assume initial access is going to happen, we should deal with our entire identity and access strategy with that assumption in mind. And that's a whole other talk in itself, so I'm not going to go through all that now, but ping us after if you have questions on that. CTI, organizations like ACTRA, InfraGard, all of the ISACs and ISAOs, we've got to be sharing these things as they happen. Because I think Ryan Murray put it best in the panel yesterday, an attack on one is an attack on all, and if we're working together, we're going to have a better chance. So lots of control frameworks deal with this. Has anybody struggled with segmentation? Consider that a difficult topic over the years. So prioritize your efforts there. Obviously, if you can get to an absolute like application ring fencing, zero trust, locked down state, that's wonderful. But if you can't, if you look at Alfredo Pareto, the Italian economist, looked out over 100 years ago at the wealth of Italy and noticed that, wow, 80% of the people control 20% of the people control 80% of the wealth, and thus was born the 80-20 rule that we all know about. So similarly with ports and protocols and services, if we look at exploit chains, it's the same folks. It's like the Harry Potter GIF or meme. It's always you. Why is it always you three? Well, it's always often the same ports, protocols, and services that are exploited. So if you cannot do good segmentation on everything, which is a good idea, focus your segmentation on these commonly exploited ports and protocols, right? Deal with the usual suspects, if you will. Let's see. So obviously, SOC for the win. We already talked about this. Don't throw SOC over the wall. If you have to assume that initial compromise is going to happen to all of us, this should be the bread and butter. Being able to triage, figure out true positives, escalate them quickly, and shut down an adversary. I've heard reports of like Akira going from initial access, or at least the point they maybe bought access from an access broker, to ransom delivery in as little as 4 hours. I haven't personally validated that claim, but dwell time is shrinking. We all know that. So being able to respond and interrupt those cycles more quickly is going to make a big difference. And then testing those processes, digging in, purple teaming, these things are really going to save our bacon. So in the controls list, you might look at that and you're like, wait a minute, did I fall asleep for a second? Isn't that NIST 800-207, zero trust architecture, pretty much, which is really just a roll-up of all the things everybody has been saying we should do for the past 2 decades? The answer is yes, absolutely. It really is the fundamental things. If we do them correctly, they work.
Cool. And then so there's a lot with this that we just weren't able to do that we wanted to do, just kind of because we both have jobs and ran out of time before this event came up. So there's a lot of future research that I invite literally anyone. If you are interested in any part of this, DM me. I can give you something to do. If you're looking for work to do within this, I can send you something. No matter what your skill set is, hands-on keyboard works for research as well. So like one of the things is combining this extension change method with a working and stealthy shellcode. So what we showed you was just PowerShell, but that's not the same method Darkgate uses. They use direct machine code. If we could get both of those working together, obviously then we can create better detections for that, see what that actually looks like, debug it, see what's going on under the hood. Same idea, deploying already developed exploit frameworks using these methods. So taking things that have already been developed and just putting them on this and doing it the same way. And then another note, so this is just one specific flaw that was discovered in 2007. Autoit has been around since 1999, and there's 40,000 pages of posts on their forum. I'm sure there's a lot more that could be discovered here, and this specifically just uses a single Windows API. I don't know how many Windows APIs there are in total, but Autoit natively has access to all of them. So I'm sure there is a ton more stuff that can be figured out, discussed, and used to see what it looks like for further research. So again, if you're interested, just message me. I'm on LinkedIn, Ezra Woods. And then also, I have a lot of resources for this. So I have a bunch of Python scripts and then also the scripts we showed. I'm going to put all of them on GitHub. I just haven't done it yet. But if you follow me on LinkedIn, I'll post a link to that in the next couple days whenever I get around to it. Yeah, so I think that's about it. We are pretty early. So for the however rest of the time we have left, we'll just take questions if anyone has them. Here, you first, go. So yeah, that is the crazy thing. The question was, what is the company behind Autoit? What are they doing? For the second question, nothing. They're not helping. The guy who made it, he is a real dude, because I was very curious about that as well. I looked into all the people that helped develop it near the beginning of this. It is a real man. He just was a Microsoft developer way back in the day, made this for his own purposes, and it kind of took off. The company is just Autoit, like LLC or whatever. But yeah, they're not doing anything about it. There's literally hundreds of forum posts being like, hey, why is Autoit allowing this to happen, and they just delete it, and the user gets banned. Same thing with, yeah, same thing with like reverse engineering. If you add, and I'm not kidding, you ask anything about reverse engineering the compiled scripts, you just instantly banned, just gone. So they don't care, because they also don't make any money off of it. From what I can tell, there's no like paid version, no enterprise support services. It's just a thing. But yeah, any other questions? Go ahead. I can't quite hear you. Did you? So is the signed executable, do we have a way to identify it and block it? Is that the question? Oh, yes, you could. So that's kind of, we sort of touched on that, but not really. So yes, there are, I think it's something like 16 total verified executables that they have that are all signed. And so yes, you could. And that would be effective as long as they couldn't just get a random executable on your host, because you can just change the hash of the interpreter, and then it'll be a different hash, no certificate. And from what we were seeing, so since the compiled executables are still running and not being detected, I haven't tested it, but I'm pretty sure that would still work in most cases. Like Mike was saying, if you have enough solutions in place to where something new, never before seen, isn't going to be allowed to run on the host, yeah, that would definitely block it. But again, how many of us can guarantee with 100% certainty that that'll be the case? Any other questions? So the question was, what is Autoit in terms of a product like shareware, freeware? I think everywhere is a great answer to that. It's advertised as a Windows automation platform, but yeah, it is, I guess, technically shareware. It's all free. There's no like anything you have to do. You just go to the website and it's like, download here. Okay. But yeah, there's no monetization around any of it, which I find really suspicious. Because the guy clearly isn't making money from anything he's doing with it. But yeah, I don't know if there is like an official term for it. It's just something someone made that, and it's weird because it's closed source, right? So it's not even community developed. You can't see how it works under the hood. So that's another thing. I didn't put it in the future research slide, but reverse engineering the actual interpreter, that would also be pretty cool. I don't think anyone's done that yet. But yeah, it's pretty closed. That's, nope. Yep. Yes. Yeah, so, and I can think of a lot of other, the question was, there's nothing inherently malicious about Autoit. That is true. It is just, a tool, but it's being used for evil. And I can think of a lot of other tools that you could use this way, but most of them are paid for, right? So like you wouldn't be able to do that with any sort of, yeah. Yeah, it's similar. And there's a ton of other stuff you could do with this, but again, like this one's just free and it works, so. Great question. I would say right now, the number one way, and one of those things I'll put on GitHub when I post that repository. So Oxtoxin, he has a Yarrow rule that you can use to hunt for this. So every compiled script, no matter what, and I haven't seen any way that it gets around this, is going to have the same entry point, so that AU3 !06, that'll be within every single file. So that's the key thing. If you can look for that and find it, you can find every instance of this that we've seen so far. So at the moment, for all of this, I just used Ghidra because that's what I had installed. But I'd rather have IDA. I just can't afford IDA. But I was at just the other day, I was checking out Binary Ninja too. It seems pretty cool. It's also paid. Ghidra's free. But Binary Ninja seems pretty awesome too. I saw that in one of the other talks and checked it out, and it seemed pretty capable for the price. Yeah. That is a great question that I forgot to put in the slides. So that is a whole process. So there are a few open source tools for decompiling the AutoIt scripts, and that's what I ended up using. They're just all like 7 years old and don't run well. So it's kind of a trial and error. I can't remember their names. This will be another thing I link to in GitHub. But there's a few repositories that have programs for decompiling them. And what those do is just revert them to the AutoIt script. But decompiling the actual compiled scripts like in Ghidra or IDA, good luck. Like it's just, like Mike was saying, it imports every single Windows API. And it's a huge file. Even for a hello world, it's like a bunch of megabytes, and it's ridiculous.
The other thing you'll notice too is, like, you'd think, well, okay, you could go to strings. Like, I'm going to create a specific compiled AutoIt binary, and then I'm going to go look for my own strings. No, none of the strings are there. They're all encoded in a way that's not easy to reverse.
And I'll add to that too. So this isn't official knowledge by AutoIt, but one of the things I was reading in the forums, the way it compiles these scripts is it converts all of the strings into like a custom bytecode it uses that, of course, the interpreter can read, but doesn't tell you what it is. So they're pretty obfuscated just in general when decompiling it that way. Any other questions? Cool. I guess we'll finish there then.
Can you guys hear me? Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the last talk of track 2 today. We have a super cool talk in the field of digital forensics and specifically on per application registry hives. Please welcome Mary DeGrazia.
Thank you. Thanks for joining. I know it's the last talk of the day, which actually works out great for me. I actually flew in from Amsterdam last night, so I think they stuck me at the end of the day to make sure I made all my connections and I got here okay. So to that end, since it is the last talk of the day, I decided to throw in a little game for us to play. I'll tell you about that in a minute, but my name is Mary DeGrazia. I am a SANS instructor where I teach Windows digital forensics, and I also teach a class on ransomware. So I am really excited to be here today to talk to you about some artifacts that I think and I believe a lot of forensic examiners are overlooking. How many people in here currently do digital forensics as part of their job, whether you're doing incident response, a little bit, okay. So hopefully I can show you something a little bit new here today and get you thinking about some things. I am a director at ZeroFox where I do incident response. I've been in the field for over 14 years now. I have a bachelor's of science in computer science and God, I'm old. After traveling all weekend, let me tell you, I am feeling it. In my spare time, I run an esports league, specifically in VR, where I do competitive sports and I try and get women involved in that. So our league requires a minimum of 1 woman per team, so that's what I do in my spare time. Okay. For our game today, I figure since this is a hacking conference, how many people here have seen the movie Hackers? Came out okay, good. We have quite a few people that have, great. Okay, I have 3 Easter eggs hidden throughout my presentation today. So if you spot one of these Easter eggs, and you're gonna have to be looking closely, I just have some swag that I brought with me, straight from Amsterdam. I have some backpacks here from SANS, and each backpack will come with a water bottle and a notepad. And if you're kind of like swagged out, I do have some candy as well. I got that. I have to admit I ate some of it on the trip home last night, but I do have some sour candy left. Okay. All right, so let's start talking about registry hives. Now, a lot of us have probably used registry hives in our examinations. They tell us a wealth of information when it comes to various things in digital forensics and incident response. So some of the things that we can find with registry hives are documents that have been opened up on a computer. We can look for things like data exfiltration in something called shell bags, documents that have been opened up, systems that have been RDP'd into. No surprise here, Windows is tracking you in so many things you do. And this is to make the end user experience better for you, but we can leverage these artifacts as forensic investigators. So I think we all know where these registry hives live at, right? They've been around for a long, long time and haven't changed that much. So we usually go to, our C Windows System 32 config, and in that folder, we have our SAM hive, we have our system hive, and we have our software hive. So these hives can tell us things like what things have been installed on the computer, different software that has been installed, and then when it comes to user activity. So every user that logs into a computer gets their own hive, and that will track things. Okay, these are the last 10 documents I opened up. These are the windows that I have open. When you have multiple monitors, who here has more than one monitor, right? We all do, right? We have 2, 3, maybe 4. Who thinks they have the most monitors? You do. How many do you have? 5 monitors. Can anybody beat 5? No? Going once? Going twice? Okay, 5 monitors, right? Oh, maybe you? 6. Oh, okay. He one-upped you. Okay, he's got 6. Okay. When you close your window and you open it back up, it remembers what monitor it was on, right? You're not constantly, shuffling and moving them around. For the most part, when you close an application, open it up, it remembers where you're at. And we have artifacts that tell us that. Those are called shell bags. When we look for threat actor activity on a system, if data has been exfiltrated, what folders did they go into? What were they looking at? Were they in the HR folder? Were they in the finance folder? Where were they? We're leveraging these hives, these user hives, to tell us that. So that is going to be at the root of our users directory, ntuser.dat. And then we also have what's called the user class.dat hive file. This one here on the bottom, that's our shell bags. That's related to our folder, our traversal that happened. ntuser.dat, that has all the things like the recently opened documents on the computer. Okay, that is pretty straightforward. We've all seen these hives and we have all worked with them. Now, Windows has implemented some new mechanisms that you can install software with. We've all seen the MSI packages, but they now have something called M6, okay? And M6 enables an enterprise to stay current and ensure that their applications are always up to date. So this is another way to install applications within the environment. And with the advent of Windows 11, even though this came out Windows 10, we're starting to see this be used more and more. One of these applications is Notepad. Okay, Notepad has recently gotten an overhaul. It's kind of went from, this text editor. Now it supports multiple tabs. Have you seen that? When you close out Notepad, it will actually save anything that you haven't saved so that when you pop Notepad open again, all that information is there. And now Notepad has migrated into one of these M6 applications. So we're going to be walking through that today and talking about some of the forensic artifacts related to that. But with M6, now we are going to get something called registry redirection. These applications that are using M6 are not writing to the ntuser.dat hive. When you open up applications, and so for instance, Notepad, and I'll show you in a minute here, when you open up Notepad, it is no longer writing to the recent documents key that we've been looking at for years in the ntuser.dat hive file. It is now writing to its very own registry hive associated with that particular application. So if forensic examiners are not aware of this, there are artifacts that you can be missing in your examinations. Okay, so where is this information at? All right, right here, we go into our app data local packages folder right here. I'm going to tell you, do you see it? Crash override. Good job. Okay, see me afterwards. Yep, crash override. Does everybody remember who crash override is? Maybe? Maybe? Okay. All right, and for those that came in late, we're playing hackers. Look for some Easter eggs. We got 3 of them in the slide set. Okay, so it's going to be in that packages folder. Now the reason, or one of the reasons why Microsoft is doing this and splitting out this data is so that you can have a cleaner uninstall process when you're uninstalling applications. How many of us have just gone, God, Windows is slowing down, it's taking forever, right? Like every 2 or 3 years, you just rebuild the operating system or you install a fresh copy so you don't have to deal with that. So M6 applications, this is one of the reasons why they're implementing this so that we can have a cleaner installation, uninstallation process, okay? In addition to third-party apps, like right here we have an example, Dropbox. Okay, so Dropbox is in here in our local packages directory. We also have WinSCP. How many people here are familiar with WinSCP? Well, what if I told you now some of the registry entries that we've normally seen in our ntuser.dat hive are in a completely different location? And we'll talk about that in a little bit. And then we can also have the native Microsoft applications as well. And one of those examples is Notepad. So, digging into it right now, what kind of registry hives can we look for? Okay, so user.dat. So instead of our ntuser.dat hive, now we're going to look in that local packages directory for a user.dat hive. Instead of our USR class.dat hive, which is our regular hive that we go into for shell bags, we are going to look in that packages directory for a users classes.dat hive. Now there's also a registry.dat hive, but I haven't seen this one yet being used that much. So the main two are this user and this user classes.dat .dat hive. And here is an example right here. So I'm going to take you right here into my, oh, did we lose the signal? Okay. Let's see. Go into display settings. Let's see. I see it doing something. Okay, good. All right. So I am in my app data local directory right here. And if I go into packages, JKLMNOP packages, look at all of these packages that exist in this directory. I have over 121 of them. So now I'm just going to search, right here for Notepad. That way I don't have to look for all of them. Okay, so we're going to go into the Notepad directory. I'm going to go right here into my system app folder, and then there's this directory called Helium. And right here, I have a user.dat hive and a user classes.dat hive. So here I have registry hives that are not living basically in the places I've always looked at as a forensic examiner, right? See Windows System 32 at the base of my users directory of my ntuser.dat hive. I have 2 of these hives living outside of that that are now available for me to conduct an examination. And it doesn't stop there. Just opening up my forensic program and putting a filter on for user.dat and my user classes.dat hive, look at how many of these registry hives I now have available to look at. And these are hives that traditionally examiners have not been looking at that store some really critical information for us to look at. So, what kind of information can we find in it? All right, let's take a look. I'm going to go ahead and open up Notepad. All right, and I'm going to go to File, Open. Now, if you're not familiar with this, this is called the COM Dialog 32 box, and it stores a lot of information in it. Right here, I have the last path that this application used, and then right here, I also have a drop-down box that has a ton of documents that I have opened up with this. So I'm going to go ahead and use Registry Explorer, and we're going to go in and take a look at my typical ntuser.dat hive. If you're not familiar with Registry Explorer, this is a great tool you can use to go in and to work with registry hives. All right, I am just going to go into my live system. So what's really nice about Registry Explorer is I can use it and just access my hive live. And my user account on this computer is just called user. So I'm going to select the user ntuser.dat hive right here. I am going to cheat and go into my bookmarks right here on the right-hand side, COM Dialog 32. I know that got really small. So right here, I'm going to go into my COM 32 dialog box, which is the box that I just pulled up. And this is where it is storing that information. So I'm going to click on it, and I'm going to jump into this key in my registry hive. So we're going to go take a closer look at this right now. Okay, my OpenSave PID MRU is the key that I was just using, and we're going to take a look at text files, because I was just opening up text files. Now notice here, in my Windows ntuser.dat hive, I only have about 7 or 8 of those showing up. I should be seeing quite a few more, because when I went into Notepad and I went File Open, look at how many are stored here. That is definitely more than 7 or 8. So this is just demonstrating that these entries right here are not being stored in the ntuser.dat hive. They are being stored in a completely separate registry hive than the one that we have traditionally looked in as forensic examiners. So now I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to load up that hive right here. I'm going to go into Notepad and go up. into app data local. Okay, we're gonna go up here to packages, and I'm gonna go back into that notepad directory. Okay. All right, and then I'm gonna go into my system app data Helium, and here is my user.dat hive. I'm gonna go ahead and open that up. And we're just gonna minimize this one right here. Now, the way that the overlay works is, now I have this user.dat hive. I'm gonna open it up. Now notice how it doesn't have a lot of keys in it compared to my regular NT user.dat hive. And the reason why is that program is only storing the information that it needs or it is storing for that particular application. So right here, I can go into Windows, current version, Explorer, COM dialog 32. So here is the information. So what this application is doing is, instead of taking this information and writing it to the ntuser.dat hive, it is writing it to the per application user.dat hive. So now we have a separation of information that we are not going to get as forensic examiners if we're just looking at the ntuser.dat hive. We have to make sure that we're going in and we're also looking at the registry hives that are associated with particular applications. So if I go into my COM dialog 32 right here and go into my OpenSave PID MRU and put in the text extension, here are all of these files that we saw in that drop-down dialog box. And once again, these are not being stored in the typical ntuser.dat hive. They are being stored in a completely separate location, which means this is information that you could be missing in your examinations. So to that end, I also found or saw this user classes.dat hive. Now that is a hive that is normally associated with our shell bag activity. So if we have a threat actor that is in the environment, it's pretty typical for them to do things like run a scanner when they're doing their reconnaissance work, and they save that out to a text file, and they open up that text file. And typically, we will find evidence of that in the ntuser.dat hive underneath our recent documents. And if they browse into a folder to open up a file, let's say they use something like Mimikatz, right? We've all heard of Mimikatz. They use Mimikatz to dump out passwords. I've seen before where they will browse into a zip file or they'll browse into a folder, and the folder name will be Mimikatz, and we usually find evidence of that in the user's ntuser.dat hive as well as usr class.dat hive. Now, if they use something like Notepad to do that, those entries, once again, are not going to be in our typical registry hive. We have to go into the per app registry hive to find that information. So I did some testing where I plugged in an external device, and on the external device I made a folder called Top Secret, and then I put in ewok passwords.txt file for all my Star Wars passwords or whatever, and I opened that up with Notepad. And what I found was that information was not being stored in the shell bags information. It was being stored once again in the per app location related to Notepad. So to demonstrate that, if I go in and open up, I'm going to go ahead and close out both of these hives so we don't have them in here anymore. And open up, I'm going to go to my live system, and then I'm going to go into my users, and then I'm going to open basically our default shell bags location right here, user class.dat hive. And when I open this up, I'm just going to use Registry Explorer to run a search for Top Secret. And if you haven't used Registry Explorer before, this keyword search will basically search throughout the entire registry. You can look at key names, value names. It will go in and look at Slack. So if an entry has been deleted, you can use Registry Explorer to search for and to find information there as well. So when I run a search through that, even though I browse to it, opened up folders and opened up the document, I am not finding any evidence in the current user classes.dat file that that folder had been traversed to. Now here's where I go in and I open up the per application Hive to take a look at it. So I'm going to go ahead and go into Load Hive, and I'm already in the Notepad directory, and I'm going to choose my user classes.dat hive. So this is my app-specific one. Now I'm going to run the same search and click search, and now it finds it. And that's because it's been pulled out into that other location. So I'm going to double click on this, and this is basically going to take me into this shell bag entry right here. And here's my top secret data directory right here that was browsed into. So once again, that information is not in my typical shell bags location. And this is huge because this is one of the locations that we always go to as forensic examiners when we're looking for evidence of data access or data exfiltration. So the fact that if we're not looking at these registry hives, we could miss really important evidence in an investigation. Okay, and that's just what I walked through right there. Okay, arc reactor. So a couple years at CactusCon, I actually made some of these arc reactors and handed them out as prizes. And it was a pretty good time. So here's some pictures of what it looked like. So in addition to Notepad, Notepad isn't the only Microsoft application. We also have things like Photo Viewer. So if you're in law enforcement or working those type of cases where you're wondering if certain images have been opened up, you are not going to find that if they're using that app to do it, which a lot of them do. It's the default app. You just double click on a picture. It uses the Photo Viewer. It opens it up. Well, guess what? It is not going to be in the ntuser.dat hive at all, either in the recent documents or in that COM dialog 32 entry that I noted. So on the right-hand side, I went through and I searched both registry hives to see where it would appear and where it would not. And all the ones in yellow, I did not get any hits on those anywhere within the ntuser.dat hive. These were all being stored in the per application specific ntuser.dat hive. So quite a few things that might not get found if we're not checking that. Okay, WinSCP. Who here uses WinSCP or has used WinSCP? If you're not familiar with it, it looks like a lot of you are, it's a way to transfer files. Well, threat actors will use WinSCP to move laterally throughout the environment as well as to exfiltrate out data. When they do this, WinSCP records a wealth of information inside the registry. We get things like the byte count, we get the remote directory. I've seen before a threat actor use WinSCP to transfer files up, and in that history I can see actually what folder they were accessing on the remote system. So maybe it's a staging place where they have their tools, or maybe they're exfiltrating out data, and on the remote system they actually have the name of the client on the remote system. We can have things like the last folder that was opened, files copied. I have a whole presentation that's about 35 minutes long that I gave specifically just on WinSCP and how to break down the various artifacts associated with that. Now, typically, when WinSCP is used in this fashion, once again, this would be recorded in the ntuser.dat hive. However, if a threat actor or a person is using the WinSCP that is in the application store, none of those entries are going to be made here in the ntuser.dat hive. They are all going to be made in that user.dat hive. So we can see this key, it's called Martin I'm not quite sure how to pronounce that. That is the author's name, and that is where those registry entries are stored. So taking a look at that, we can see that there is a lot of information that you can find. So I'm going to go ahead and close out these registry hives. I personally prefer just working with one registry hive at a time in here. So I'm going to go in and load up the hive for WinSCP, so we could take a look at that. Go up. I want to go right into packages directory, and we're going to find WinSCP, system app data, helium, and user.dat hive. I'm going to open this up, and when I go in, once again, it just has a smaller subset of keys inside. Here's my Martin folder, WinSCP. And you can see here, I have session information. So I have right here an IP address of a system that has been connected into. Going in further, I have different configuration values. So my CD cache, these are CD or change directory commands that are basically being issued through WinSCP. So all of this information, once again, is just being pulled in to that specific user.dat file and will not be in the typical ntuser.dat location where we find it. So it's just not there. So forensically, how do we get this information and how can we work with it? Because through my research, I found that some tools do not support it. Well, the first thing you need to do is you have to collect the data. So there is a tool out there called CAPE that can go through and you can use basically what's called a configuration file. And you can, within CAPE, pull up this configuration file and choose what it is that you want to collect. And let me go into my forensic tools right here. Actually, I'm going to go on the desktop. And I have it right here. Where's CAPE? All right, well, it's here. I know I have it somewhere. Can you see it? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, CAPE. There it is. Okay. All right. So when you launch CAPE, has anybody here before used CAPE to do collections? It's a great tool. It's a free tool written by Eric Zimmerman. The licensing is free as long as you're not using it to make money. So if you're using it internally or for education purposes, it's free. Right here underneath our target collections right here, you can choose basically what it is that you want to collect. So double clicking on this, you can see this will go in and collect all of these artifacts. So the tool right here, this is what we want to use as our target, is we want to collect basically these M6, and there's also something called AppX that also behaves in a similar way. This will go into those packages folder and collect all of our various registry hives. So basically you can get this collection done in one shot, which is really nice. And once you get that, you have to parse out the registry hives. Now, what's interesting is I could use Registry Explorer to open them up. Another tool that I like to use is RegRipper. RegRipper is a command line tool, and you can feed it various plugins that will go through and parse out the data. So right here, I have a COM Dialog 32. That is the registry hive that I went into that showed basically what folders had went into and what files had been opened up with a particular application. That is the plugin that you can use to parse that through. And then right here, I specify the hive that you want to parse through, and then basically everything that is related to the ntuser.dat hive. So that's going to pull out things like WinSCP, our recent documents, and things of that nature. This is what this looks like. It's just a plain text file that has outputs, but it's really nice because you can easily grep through that. You can look through that. You could scale that up and start using that. He also has what's called TLN plugins, which support a timeline format, which can help you standardize your data as you're working with it. So RegRipper is a great tool to go through and to parse this out. And here's an example of pointing it at that user.dat hive, and it's pulling out all of that information related to the WinSCP artifact. You can use Registry Explorer, like I showed you, just to pop it open and to work with it. And Eric Zimmerman also has a tool called Shellbags Explorer. Unfortunately, because the user classes.dat hive is not technically a shellbags, a full shellbags, it just is the overlay. It only has a subset of those folders that are inside. Shellbags Explorer does not currently work with it, so you have to work with it in a raw format and open it up with Registry Explorer to take a look for that information. So here's an example right here, and how I showed you just a few minutes ago that you can use Registry Explorer to pop that open and to look at it and to pull out that information. You can also use this tool. You can use strings just to go through it, and then you can also use Eric Zimmerman's implementation of B-strings as well. Gibson, right? That was the mainframe that they were going to hack into. That was a tough one, I think. So good job. All right. So that can go through, and you can just use strings to pull out that information. So if you're looking for a particular folder, then that's the easiest way to do it. All right, so we spent a little bit of time talking about the registry hives, but I kind of have a bonus that I'm going to throw in. Earlier, someone was talking about RDP and the fact that threat actors come in through RDP, you know, the top three, right? When it comes to memes, when we talk about ransomware and how threat actors get into the environment and how they leverage RDP for our initial infection vectors, a lot of time we see RDP, we see phishing emails, and we see vulnerabilities being leveraged. So RDP is a huge artifact that we look at when we do our examinations. Not only are they coming in externally, but RDP is used for that lateral movement within the environment. Well, guess what? Microsoft has a remote desktop app that you can use in the store. And they also have the MSTSC client, which can be used. Now, if a threat actor is using the app, some of the locations that we normally see this in, we are not finding them there anymore. Once again, because of the way that the App Store works, applications are now splitting out and storing the data that we typically look for in different locations. So when we talk about something like the registry, there are some registry entries, if they're using the app, that we will not find that we've always looked for as forensic examiners, something called the RDP hint. We can go look at the RDP hint to see what systems they have jumped into. So if I'm a threat actor and I come in and I pop that RDP box, you know, typically from there, I'm going to find another system, my staging system, and then from there, I might hit all the rest of the systems in the environment that I want to go to, 3, 4, 5, 6. So a lot of times, we're looking for outbound activity on a system to other systems. The RDP hint is a place in the registry where we can go find that they went to. Another one is jump lists. Well, the app does not make a jump list entry in our jump list. Now, when you learn about jump lists in forensics, you always learn that any application that opens up or executes on there, you're going to find a jump list. Well, it's not there for the remote desktop app. But we do get some additional things to look at. We get things like thumbnails, trace logs to look at, credentials, and connections that have been made with RDP. So the saying goes, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, right? Here is an example where I RDP'd into a system in February, and going in and looking at the RDP hint key that we always look at in the registry, there is no entry in there for that system that I RDP'd into. Okay, so this software Microsoft Terminal Service Client Servers key, once again, is not storing that information. Now, if you're not familiar with what a jump list is, if I go into my RDP client right here and I right-click on it, this is a jump list. It basically contains shortcuts that will let us easily move into something we recently opened up. If I right-click on PowerPoint, here are all my latest PowerPoints. So right here, if I right-click on this jump list here, there's no evidence that I remoted into that system. Well, that makes sense because that is the Microsoft Terminal Services client. That makes sense there wouldn't be a jump list there because I am actually using a different application. So I figured, okay, I'll go take a look and I'll go find the Microsoft app RDP jump list in my typical list of jump lists that I parse out. It does not even make a jump list here or any entries for a jump list, which is kind of scary, right? Because this has been one of our go-to artifacts as forensic examiners to find evidence of RDP, especially outbound activity. So just to be safe, I parsed through that jump list for the Microsoft Terminal Servers client, and it still was not in there. I did have the one system I connected into, but not the second system I connected into using that particular application. Okay, but the funny thing is, if we take a look, and here is the client, this is the remote desktop app. If I right-click on it right here, I can clearly see that there are jump lists associated with it. So if that jump list wasn't here in this folder, but I have a jump list right here. Where is that information being stored? Because it's certainly not being stored with the jump list in their typical location. All right, well, because it is an application or a Microsoft application, it moved all of that information once again into our local packages folder. And it's in a folder called Jump List Connections underneath a local state remote desktop jump list connection args right there. So jump lists are not being stored in their typical location. They are being stored completely separate in an XML file. So going into here, let's see, what did I say? Local state, remote desktop app, and jump list connections. So in here, each one of these is basically my jump list file. If I right click on this and open it up with Notepad++, I can see I have some information in here. So this is the IP address that was connected into. I have a display name. This display name is like a nickname given, I don't know why that keeps flying out, given by the user. So that's just so I can easily remember what computer I'm connecting into. That is not necessarily the computer name, it's a nickname that I'm giving it right there. I also have something called a connection ID. This connection ID is something that is going to map to another file that we'll need here in a little bit. So this is basically my jump list information, but now it has migrated into an XML file and is no longer being stored in an actual jump list. So that's a little bit concerning, but we do get some thumbnails associated with it. If you're familiar with the Microsoft Terminal Service Client, there's something called the RDP cache. And it will cache pictures basically as, you know, if you're a threat actor and you're on another system and you're jumping from system to system to system, it's actually going to cache images on the local computer. So you can rebuild these cache images and you can get some, you know, little snippets of what they may or may not have been doing on the system. I'm still looking to see if those are made for the app, but what I did find is we get a thumbnail. So what happens is a threat actor connects into a system. When they disconnect from that system or close out their session, it takes a screenshot of whatever is on that desktop when they're done, and it saves that. So that means we can look at these thumbnails for systems that a threat actor has RDP'd into and potentially see what they may have been doing in the background. So for instance, something like network scanning. If they launch a network scanning tool and then they disconnect from that system and they connect into another, I could find evidence of that network scanning tool running on a system. Or I might have things like a folder in the background that they were traversing into. And this is from an end user perspective. When I launch remote desktop, this is basically what it is presenting to me as the user so that I can remember what I RDP'd into last in what system. And these are the nicknames right here. These are not the actual computer names, but rather they're nicknames that I've given to the computer that I've connected into. So these thumbnail files are stored in the same location in our packages directory, local state, remote desktop data, and then right here, I can go into the remote resource thumbnails. Right here, if I want to know what computer this came from, this is going to map back to my jump list. I had that connection ID in there. I can take that connection ID and I can map it to the file name right here, and that is going to tell me where this thumbnail comes from. If I right-click on this and take it into Notepad++ right here, can anybody recognize what kind of encoding this is? Base 64. Yeah, so this is just basically, the thumbnail has been encoded with base 64 right here. So I can just take this into something like CyberChef, I can decode this, and then by the time I'm done decoding it, I get a nice pretty thumbnail of the system that the threat actor went into. And so once again, this is different than the RDP artifacts that we've had available to us in the past. This is associated with the RDP application or the remote desk application from the Microsoft Store. So if the threat actor is using something like that, it's going to be stored in a different location. The other thing we have are credentials. Saw your hand go up. acid burn. Okay, that was the other one. So acid burn. I can't believe Angelina Jolie was in that movie, and her partner, the main character, the guy in that, was the new Sherlock Holmes, right? The one with like all the tattoos. That was him too. I couldn't believe that. So right here, we have a credentials folder that we can go into. And if the user has elected to store credentials, this is where we go to find that information. So right here, we have our password vault resource ID. Then we can use like a Nearsoft tool to go in and to dump out those credentials right in the control panel, and we can know what the credentials were used to go into that system that they RDP'd into. All right. Okay, we also have ETL logs that we can go look at. We get an ETL log in I can't remember what the ETL stands for. Tracing logs, Windows tracing logs. They're basically tracing logs that you can go in and look at, and we get an ETL log for every single RDP session that was done on the system. This can have a ton of information inside of it, and you can use a cool tool called Tracerp to go through and to parse this out. Now what I noticed when I parsed out these files, right here you have a clock time. This is stored in a Windows time format, so you can use a tool like Decode to go in, put that in, and you're going to get a timestamp. And you can search the logs for this internal connection state manager on login completed and connection close. And that is going to tell you when the connection started and when the connection ended, along with a username and the system that was connected into. Now what I noticed was, even though I used the IP address to connect into the systems, like I typed in the IP address when I did the RDP activity, in this log it actually logged the computer name that was logged into. So if you're in an environment that's using something like DHCP and IP addresses are changing, this is a place where you can map it to a computer name, which should be, for the most part, static, and it can help you determine which systems they moved into when they conducted that activity. Okay, that is it. Finished a bit early, but are there any questions? Thank you. Yes. One of the reasons. So there's probably multiple, yeah, no, but go ahead. So it's supposed to, let's see, this is Microsoft documentation on it, and these are kind of all their features of, developers. Why should you, use RM6? And for multiple reasons, reliability, network bandwidth, the disk space, I'm not really sure why they decided to, but my understanding was basically that way when you uninstall an application, it could just basically go into that entire directory and delete it, rather than going into the main directory and removing all the registry entries from there versus the per app ones. Basically, what I've noticed as a forensic examiner is a lot of these applications now, especially with Windows 11, are starting to move into the Microsoft App Store. Notepad is one of those key ones that has done that. It now has more features in it. It's got tabs right here. It's behaving more like a browser. It's actually behaving more like Notepad++, which I really, really like, right? But if I go in here and I open up a tab and I type in some information right here and I close it, and then I open it up, even though I didn't save it, it is now remembering that information. And that's actually stored in that local packages directory in a tab state folder. So now if a threat actor is using Notepad and they copy and paste things in there, or they open up a password dump file and they close it out and they don't save it, that's all being stored in that local packages directory. So traditionally, as forensic examiners, we've had these key places that we've looked at and we've focused on for years, right? Like the jump list, the ntuser.dathive, the user class, system, software, SAM. Now that is all being pulled out and stored in other locations, and it can be very easy to miss something if you're not aware of where these applications are potentially storing their data. So. That's a great question. I haven't seen it yet, but some of the cool things we can do as forensic examiners, one, the nice thing about the registry, even if they delete keys in the registry, we can use something like Registry Explorer to recover them, because you can't like wipe the registry the same way you can forensically wipe a file. So my hope would be if they deleted some of these files to get rid of them, you might have the ability to go in and recover them from unallocated space. I haven't seen it yet, where they're going in and cleaning up, but I have seen them do things like use portable versions. Like I've seen them use a portable version of Mozilla Firefox to come in and do something. And once again, it's all storing it in one location. So if we're just looking at internet history in our normal places, it's separated out, but yeah. Yeah, that's a great question, because sometimes when I use the text editor, I open it up in Notepad++. Sometimes I open it up in Notepad, and the same with the images. If I use another application to open it up, it was showing up in there. So if I had like a clean test system and I only used it that way, there probably wouldn't have been some of that overlap that was happening. Any more questions? Yes. Are you asking from a forensic standpoint or more from like an attacker? Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. So command line tools, I tend not to do my investigations that way, but you know, there's some command line tools you can use like RegRipper to pull them out. If you have something like Sysmon and you're monitoring, I think it's event, I can't remember what the event ID, but you can have like registry changes there. I'm a Python user. I have a book that says learn PowerShell and you know, like 20 lunches. I haven't done it yet. But if anybody knows of a good way to do it like from the PowerShell command line to look at these, yeah, because they're not loaded up in the traditional sense, right? Like if I went to my registry hive right now and looked at the active keys just through regedit, well, they are overlaid, so they might actually be pulled in. I have to take a look to see what that looks like live, like if you go into a live system and look at it, if it does that overlay or if it's separate from it at the same time. Yep. Any more? Yes. Oh, do you have a Windows 10? Check, I'm not sure when Photo Viewer started to work in Windows 10 that way, but that might be the Windows Photo Viewer. You could take a look at that. And you can try installing the remote app. Well, you said by default. I was going to say you can try installing the remote desktop app and see if that works as well. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, and actually you can probably just pop open your packages directory and see what's inside there, and then just do the little search filter for the user.dat hive and just start popping open hives and see if there's anything in there. Anything else? Any more questions? Okay, great. The people that won, go ahead and come on up and I'll give you, you can choose your backpack and water bottle or candy. And if you don't take the candy, I'll eat it. So that's okay if you don't take that. All right, great, thanks. And hope everybody enjoyed the conference.